the heart of Central Asia lies the ancient city of Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Landmarked along the Silk Road, the spirit of the past still echoes through its ancient buildings and monuments. But today, modern-day warriors from all corners of the globe descend on this historical place, each vying for 4 of the most coveted titles in chess.
And a handshake. Magnus Carlsen gets the double.
Before the calendars turn, the year closes out with 6 days of intense battles,
He flagged.
brilliant strategies, and unparalleled excitement.
He's blundered. Magnus has made a new queen, and now it's a huge turnaround.
Will the experienced prevail, or will a rising star defy expectations? Let the games begin. This is the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and it starts now.
Hello everybody, welcome to the final day of the Blitz World Championship from the beautiful historic city of Samarkand. There we can see it, second biggest city of Uzbekistan, one of the oldest inhabited cities in Central Asia. But we are here for the Blitz action. My name is Jan Gustafsson, I'm still chess grandmaster, and I'm being joined by a man who's never violated the dress code, the legend. Peter Leko is here. Peter, how are you doing today?
Yeah, hi Jan. Hello everyone. Super excited to be here. It's such a fantastic World Blitz tournament. I'm looking for the continuous action.
Oof. Lot to talk about, Peter. We'll get into that drama, big fight for first place. But before we get into all the specifics, let's have a look at the schedule. How many games do we have today?
Yeah, let's take a look. I think today we should have 9 in the open section and 8 in the women's section.
Yeah, 21 games total in the open, 17 in the women's section, where the battle has been tense, but we have a big leader, if memory serves. Valentina Gunina. Is she running away with it? She's 8.5 out of 9.
Yeah, yesterday was an incredible day. What a performance by Valentina. On the other hand, I would caution everyone to think that that's over. We have seen this kind of events. They are very tricky. Also, it's another day. Yeah? If they would have continued playing yesterday, all the 17 runs, I would believe that, yeah, everything would have been fine for Gunina. But a new day, all the night is there for you to think about, I'm about to win the World Blitz title. That puts additional pressure.
Yeah, Blitz is such a game of runs and it can change from day to day. I recall Gunina, she's had runs like this before. You probably know this tournament in London. She played a rapid tournament, I believe it was, with a lot of super strong grandmasters, and she had something insane like 10 out of 11. She's capable of just winning game after game. But you lose one, all of a sudden you're only half a point ahead, and the pack with the former world champions is right there to stop her. What we have today?
Yes, exactly. Gunina taking on Leia Garifulina. Garifulina has been very impressive throughout the event. Also in the rapid section, she played very well, and now also in the Blitz, she's up there. Katerina Lachno against Anastasia Bodnaruk. Bodnaruk, what a tournament, winning the rapid event in a Blitz playoff. And now she's also playing fantastically here.
What can you tell us about Garifulina? I don't know very much. She's a young player, like 19 years old, already above 2400 in FIDE standard rating. So she's an up-and-comer.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that she is a very hard worker. She works on her openings. She is really serious about chess. She's also very aggressive, uncompromising fighter. So very nice to follow her games.
Yeah, we'll see how she does against the dominator Valentina Gunina. Let's move on to the standings in the open section, where we're in for a little surprise, because maybe you guys recall that the standings looked different yesterday. We had more co-leaders, but 2 of them have disappeared. The ones that remain, Artemiev, a very strong first day. Certain Magnus Carlsen, good at chess, he's up there. Maxim Graf, world champion in, when was it, 2021? Nihal Sarin, also Blitz specialist. Arjun Erigaisi, strong in all the formats. The surprise man, Alexander Ryazantsev. But then we had two more co-leaders yesterday, but they are missing half a point. Daniel Dubov and Jan-Nepomniachtchi. Before we dive too deep into what happened there, where the half point went, let's have a look at what happened in the game between Daniel Dubov and Jan-Nepomniachtchi yesterday. Here we see them, both rocking trendy sweaters. Knight of 3, Knight of 6, nothing out of the ordinary, but now 94, 95. Peter, you're an opening expert. Have you seen this before?
No, never in my life. Yeah, this is kind of a very unfortunate episode. Very unfortunate. I feel like it was a very irresponsible decision by the players to do this. Would have they played one d4, d5 and agreed to a draw, I guess knowing the rules nobody would have said anything. This was very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's actually what Dubov did against Artemiev. He played d4, d5, knight f3 and offered a draw. But here what they did is they concluded the circle with the knights and then agreed to a draw. There's also a pre-game video where I can't paraphrase what was happening there, but where things were discussed. And of course this drew some attention. And here we see the decision of the chief arbiter, Ivan Sirovi, and he has decided that the game will be counted as 0-0, so they both lose half a point from that draw, and they're now on 8.5 points instead of on 9 points as they were before. They appealed the decision, but the appeals committee ruled 3-0 that the appeal does not stand. So what do we think, Peter? I've seen a lot of comparisons to, yeah, but you don't punish people for the Berlin move repetition, or Magnus and Hikaru played the Bonk Cloud. To me, this one is a bit different because clearly, or I don't think beyond a reasonable doubt, they planned this out in advance to do this knight's route back to the original squares. And it's different than, let's say, a Berlin draw where you don't even know if it's prearranged or if the players here just thought, okay, these are the best moves. How do you feel about it?
Well, I'm also feeling very sorry for the players, yeah, because from a player's perspective, yeah, they both played incredible chess. On day one, they were leading the tournament, they were co-leaders, and now losing half a point, I believe that this will have psychological effects. I guess they will be now also emotionally involved. I just feel that it was very unlucky because during the show, when I suddenly realized what happened, I was already fearing for it, knowing the arbiters' attitude that they don't like to tolerate things like this. And finally, this is what happened.
Yeah, no, I feel bad for them. I know both these guys. I don't think that was mean-spirited. They were tired and thought to do something funny. But I also understand that you have to react. This is a world championship and they're sort of, mocking it in their game. Therefore, I fully understand the decision. It's unfortunate for Dubov and Nepomniachtchi. Let's see if they show up today, but we can already see Dubov is there, ready for action. Maybe we'll give them more energy for the day. Let's have a look at the pairings of round number 13, first round of the day.
Yeah, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, exactly, and both players are already sitting there. We usually see Magnus arriving a little bit late, but he is there. He knows he's up against Maxim. He needs full concentration, but they are chatting. Are they chatting? No.
No. There might be a little small talk going on. They, of course, know each other very, very well. I was on Magnus's team for the World Championship match against Kayakin with Maxim in 2016. So they've worked together. Maxim, always a tremendous Blitz player, has fallen a little behind in classical rating compared to the very, very top. But as we mentioned, he's the world champion in 2021 in Blitz, facing the reigning world champion, the one from 2022, who looks relaxed here, Magnus Carlsen. Some jokes are being shared. What's the kind of jokes that people are saying? Is he saying, shall we play the Dubov-Nepomniachtchi game? Looks like they are pointing out some knight routes there.
Well, I don't know exactly. Yeah, for sure, it's a chat, but deep inside, knowing also the pairing right from the beginning, yeah, they have already prepared for this. They are mentally ready for the fight.
Yes.
We shouldn't be fooled by this small talk that okay, the players are not taking it seriously.
No. There we briefly saw Volodar Murzin and his lucky shirt. Do you think he got it from Levon Aronian and he borrowed it, or is it a different style? Now it disappeared.
No, I think it's his own shirt, his own style, and it works to perfection. Volodar Murzin has played an incredible rapid event, and so far has been also spoiling us with fantastic performance in the Blitz section as well. And we saw there a ceremonial first move e4, and I believe that e4 will be played anyway, but it's not yet official.
No, that's what Maxime typically plays, though. From Magnus, hard to predict, but normally if he wants to be solid, then he will play e4, e5. But no, the Sicilian. And off we go. We have liftoff. Peter, tell us everything. Is this going to be a Sveshnikov?
Yes, and I do recall that in 2019, in the Moscow Rapid, I think it was the Rapid, or was it a Blitz? Exactly the same line was featured between these two players, the sharp knight d5 line.
Yeah, let's see. Maxime has a choice here. Knight d5, the most principled nowadays, and yeah, he does it. Had some time to prepare at knight. Here we are. Knight to e7. That's the move Magnus played. He switched to it against Caruana in the World Championship match. He started with the more established move knight to b8, but then he switched to knight e7, and he still seems to like it.
Yeah, and this is such a complex variation that I believe that, as you highlighted, it's very much connected that both players had time to prepare for this game. Knight g6, getting a question mark. I'm pretty sure that it's still part of Magnus's preparation.
Yeah, I think, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to start with a6? No, knight g6 is still normal, no?
I think it's too early for us to remember this.
I spent so much time looking at all this nonsense, but I can't remember a thing. But it looks like things are going a little off the rails for Magnus. No, bishop e3, targeting the a7 pawn. You can't play a6 because then there's bishop b6. What's he doing?
Yeah, very strange. Yeah, he goes for castles. Yeah, he has to.
Pawn?
Now it's the big question, is this preparation or is he just trying to bluff Maxime?
He might be freestyling, but if he does so, he does it very quickly. Bishop takes a7. Maxime never shy to take pawns. You can't bluff Maxime.
Yes, and he also wants to go bishop b6, yeah, stabilizing his queen side, queen c8. All right, okay, there are two scenarios. It's some incredibly deep preparation which nobody can understand, or Magnus is just making things up because he mixed up the move order.
Making things up, he mixed something up. Yeah, he forgot to include a6. The good news for him, it's a blitz game, and there's long-term counterplay, as always in these structures, on the king side. If he gets some f5, e4, f4, things could still happen. But for now, he's a pawn down. And a little cramped on the queen side. Knight c7 is there looming. Don't like it.
Yeah, but Maxime's problem is that he has quite a big choice. Okay, he goes for rook a3. I'm loving the move.
Very direct.
Very nice.
Threatening rook c3.
Yes, exactly.
Magnus Carlsen trouble.
This is very important, yeah, because just he did not have other really good moves. But rook a3, rook c3, making sure that the black queen is targeted immediately. Concrete problems are there.
And Magnus has to take on b5 and try to bail out just to survive the next couple moves. Takes and goes bishop to d8. But he won't be thrilled to do this. Now black can just take. Then I guess queen takes, queen d2, castles. This doesn't look great.
Yeah, it's a healthy pawn. Yeah, he has captured on d8. How is Magnus recapturing? Queen or the rook? Because the queen might also come out to f5 or, of course, can come out to g5. Rook d8. Okay.
Takes with the rook.
And short castles. on the board. We still don't have the perfect sync. Big apologies for that. I hope that the situation will stabilize. And look at this, Magnus using the chance of going active with queen c5, queen b4, targeting that pawn on a5 and the pawn on b2.
Yep. I have a big crisis here. The TV went off, so my kids are complaining early in the morning. Nelly, kriegst du das hin? Was ist los?
Wow, okay, but queen a1, excellent. Maxim finds a way. Maxim finds a way to protect both of his pawns. On the other hand, look at this. Magnus is jumping around with the knight and the queen. Knight e2 check, knight d4. It's a blitz game. Things are out of control. Magnus is getting some counterplay.
Oof. I'm missing the drama here because my kids no longer can watch their Santa Claus movie. But what is happening? Knight to d3 is there. King f1, Maxim remains calm after knight d3. Here's rook e2. He's such a good calculator, Maxim. And with very, very little time, makes him so dangerous in Blitz.
Yeah, and with 50 seconds on the clock, finding this king f1, Magnus going for the pawn sacrifice with e4.
But now queen c1, exchange queens, and win the endgame.
Yeah, that's a very good strategy when you are pawn up. And also you have this big majority on the queen side.
Yeah,
there we go. Yeah, so Magnus needs to jump with the knight. And look at this. What is the choice of Maxim? How will he react?
He takes it. Wow.
He takes it. Okay, brilliant. Because this bishop on b5, look at this. Taking away the e8 square. So both of black's rooks are paralyzed. So Magnus will try to set up an exchange sacrifice on. No, he has no time to get that going.
He tries to get a rook to the e file, but Maxim has these 4 pawns on the queen side. This looks, I don't know, winning is a big word, but it looks very, very bad for Magnus. No counterplay.
This is an improved bathtub, no? With the bishop on b5.
This is, yeah, very compact bathtub with the c4 pawn also covered. Rook a3 followed by a6, so c5 is looming. Probably just c5 and the pawns will run. Oof.
Yeah, also maybe creating a luft just in case, but on the other hand, because of the bishop on b5, we don't have to worry about black's doubling. Rook e3.
I was just going to ask you, can you exchange rooks even? And he does go rook e3, saying, I'm dominating the other rook. Then my pawns will run. King comes to d4, then c5. Is Maxim just crushing the world champion here?
Wow. Okay, looks very promising, because how do you stop those pawns? Yeah, Magnus immediately tries to create something, but with c6, white will have 3 passed pawns.
Also, c takes d and e4 is there if we need some more pawns there running in the center.
Yes.
Looks lost. Yeah, he starts with e4. f3 is some counterplay, but it's very slow, it looks like. Before black gets a passed g pawn or whatever, white will have a queen somewhere.
Maxim has only 15 seconds, but the position plays itself. Yeah, just take on d6, e5 check, follows up by d6 check, and keep on going. Wow. Nobody could have expected this, yeah?
Oh.
Rook f4, great defense. Trying to stop
e5,
d6.
nice.
Yeah, at all cost. Wonderful resource by Magnus.
But is it enough? There's so many pawns running. The b pawn is also running up the board.
But Maxim down to 3 seconds, so very important that Magnus at least force him to get out of the autopilot mode.
Yeah. Pawn to g4 plate, but you can just take it. No, Maxim ignores it. Maxim just calculates. Goes b6, says you can take on f3. My bishop covers the queening square, and I'll go b7, c5, c6.
So d6 check. Incredible, with 5 seconds on the clock or 3 seconds, he's still calculating. Amazing.
But where's the win? b7, rook back to cover the queening square.
It got a little more messy than it should have, but probably Maxim knows what he's doing. Just continues with the king march, king c6, king c7, d7.
It's too many enemies. The king will help, and the bishop stops the f2 pawn. I don't see any tricks for Magnus.
Yeah. It looks all over. Yeah, he activates the king d4, bishop f1.
Doesn't change anything.
Yeah. Not at all, because king c7.
He
and
resigns.
the handshake. Wow, wow, wow. Incredible performance by Maxim. But this also what means when you mix up your move order in a critical sharp opening line.
Yeah, the core of the problem was this. I think early on after a4, he went knight g6 instead of playing a6 first, nicht, Jonas? And then after a5, bishop e7, bishop e3 was already really bad.
Yeah, but we have even no time to analyze. Things are out of control also in the other game. Artemiev against Ryazantsev, a queen endgame, a crazy queen endgame. We all know how difficult it is, especially when you are down to your last seconds. White is a pawn up. Oh, g6 line, queen f6 check. No, no, no. This is total panic. Look at this. He knows it. That was the losing move.
Sorry, my co-host is very upset that this Santa Claus movie is over, so he's joining in. Artemiev just crushing. Ryazantsev, I was told the mystery man, but he's been around for a long, long time. He's been a coach for many top players. Was surprising though to see him win, I think, 5 out of 6 Blitz games. Normally, at our age, you're not supposed to be that fast.
Yeah, but on the other hand, yeah, this is it. Queen g8, but then king e4 or king d4? How? Because e6, queen e5 check. It's unbelievable that it's seemingly a completely winning queen endgame, but it isn't trivial, despite being 2 pawns up. King d4. Vladislav is going crazy that why can't I win this? Why is it so difficult? Queen e5 check, blunders. He blunders the pawn. Now it should be draw. What a mess. But be careful, because queen e2 check intercepts the check if you give a check on the second rank.
I still believe in Vladislav.
Yeah, now at least he has a clear path forward. Yeah, before it was seemingly completely winning, but it was difficult. Now he knows that it's not winning, but at least he can play it by hand.
Artemiev trying to hang in there. He's saying, Vladislav, baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Now Vladislav is trying to.
Queen f3 is a nice move because it protects the a3 pawn, sets up all kinds of... Wow. Queen f5, queen c3. How do we win? Wow.
Is it a perpetual? No.
Queen f6 check.
Oh, exchanging queens, and white wins the pawn at game. Artemiev.
Wow.
So we have Artemiev and MVL on 10 points. Magnus Carlsen 1 point behind. Action kicking off here. I see a bunch of draws. Sarin Erigaisi draw. Murzin against Nepomniachtchi draw. Dubov won against Tabatabai. Remains in the running very much.
I think psychologically it was super important for Daniel Dubov to win with the white pieces. Shake off all those craziness that happened with all this appeal and everything. And I think only with good moves you can make it go away in your mind and just focus on chess.
Yeah, it's nice. He gets to use some white games after the d4, d5, knight f3 draw against Artemiev and the knight tour against Nepomniachtchi, where he also was white, but he's not running out of white games. So he's very much back in the race. What else do we have?
Yeah, I don't see any game still in progress, because this one was very long, but let me try. No, we have the results. Okay, let's take a look at the results.
Let's see. Maxim wins against Magnus. That's the big one. First loss for Magnus, I think, in the whole event. No, he didn't lose in the Rapid. Didn't lose a Blitz game yesterday. So this is the first. Artemiev, we've seen, beats the surprise man, Alexander Ryazantsev. Sarin Ergaisi draw. Murzin keeps going strong, draws against Dubov-Nepomniachtchi. I'm just glad Nepomniachtchi decided to continue the tournament, because sometimes, yeah, if things upset him, he's capable of saying, I'm going home. But he's in there, and he's still in the running. Dubov beats Tabatabai. Shimanov, we've seen. He drew against Shakhmamedyarov. And the standings, we only have two men standing left at the top. Artemiev and MVL.
Yes, but also some very good news. I'm a very big fan of Jan Krzysztof Duda when he plays Blitz and when he plays perfect Blitz, and he has won an important game. He's climbing, he's in the race. I want to see as many top guys up there who can also take down the leaders in the future.
All right, that was exciting. We will go on a brief break and come back with round number 14 in the open section, in the women's section. About to kick off again as well. See you soon.
This December, they are back for one more round. Chess GPT,
I'm already liking this bot. It's such a big troll.
Dead Lost, Grandpa Gambit,
Decides to get a bit crazy because he sacrifices the queen.
Frank and Isla, and everyone's favorite kitty, Mittens.
Well, if I go here, it's a fork. If I go here, it's another fork. So I guess the only safe move is this. I didn't even see that!
Oh, that is so sick. That's actually sick.
Oh shit, there is 95. Oh my...
Play them again, while you can, on chess.com.
Echitsale Vuga refers to what kind of chess?
Bughouse chess? I don't know, I have no idea.
Who defeated Viswanathan Anand in just 6 moves?
The Bonaronian? That guy.
What opening did Itzhofun refute in Bog Champs 2?
Or the London. Either the London, the Stonewall, or the Copycat. 3 answers.
Who was the number 1 rated woman in 1984?
I don't know. Pia Cromling. Pia Cromling. Anna Cramling's mom, of course!
Who is the only player to have won a World Cup while not representing an EU federation?
Okay, who is it? And how could I get that wrong? He's a famous f***ing legend.
There's a lot Danny doesn't know about chess, but there are some things you do need to know. Danny's new course for Chessable covers everything you need to know in just 2 hours. Check it out for free today. In the heart of Central Asia lies the ancient city of Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Landmarked along the Silk Road, the spirit of the past still echoes through its ancient buildings and monuments. But today, modern-day warriors from all corners of the globe descend on this historical place, each vying for 4 of the most coveted titles in chess.
And a handshake. Magnus Carlsen gets the double.
Before the calendars turn, the year closes out with 6 days of intense battles,
He flagged.
brilliant strategies, and unparalleled excitement.
He's blundered. Magnus has made a new queen, and now it's a huge turnaround.
Will the experienced prevail, or will a rising star defy expectations? Let the games begin. This is the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and it starts now.
Welcome back to the final day of the World Blitz Chess Championship 2023, where the action has kicked off in the lovely city of Samarkand, second biggest city in Uzbekistan. And we have the second round of the day about to begin. But before we get to that, let's have a look back at some of the highlights from the previous round. My name is Jan Gustafsson, and we have the expert here, Peter Leko, former vice world champion, to tell us what happened. Peter, what caught your attention?
Well, basically, I wanted to see how Daniel Dubov plays chess when he plays chess, and also after this terrible episode, to see how he overcame things against Amin Tabatabai. I think it could be interesting to see how he dealt with this crazy situation. He goes
Played
for
the
his
Catalan for a change.
Exactly. Yeah, he sticks to his main weapon, G3 Bishop B4. Nothing really changed. Nothing much really happened here. But I just wanted to say that it's very important to stay calm under no matter what kind of circumstances. And
you can show this trick here, because I've fallen for it plenty after Queen C2. It looks normal to go B5. But then after A4 C6, A takes B, C takes B, Knight G5. I've had way too many blitz games like this, and now you have to resign because Knight T5, Queen H7 is checkmate. Tabatabai knew and he avoided it, but it's a useful little trick to know.
Yes, very nice to highlight. After Queen C2, clearly the main theoretical move is A5. The players know this. A3 takes, B5. And it gets
A5 made a square for the rook on A7 or A6, so his trick no longer works.
Yeah, the rook is freed. On the other hand, now white is targeting the pawn on B5. Black gives the pawn back, but gets very solid construction A, B, Queen D5 on the board. Castles, Queen takes B5. Rook F1, Bishop D5 looks kind of equalish.
We have to speed up, Peter. They're about to begin again. How did Dubov do it? And here we see the pairings. Apologies. Carlsen is not really on board one. He's just on his TV board against Alexei Sarana. And the top pairing is Artemiev versus MVL, the two sole leaders of the event right now. Dubov is what, half a point behind? No, 1 point. 1 point behind?
Half a point. Only half a point behind. Yes.
It's right there.
Yeah, that's why I was highlighting that game. Yeah, that he was patient, he was waiting for his chance, and he finally made perfect use of his pair of bishops and went on to win. There is the handshake between Artem and MVL. Knight F3 on the board.
Got a fresh haircut for the event, looking sharp, and he plays in typical Artemiev style. Quietly, Knight F3, G3. He doesn't want to win in the opening. He wants to get his pieces out, get some nice double fianchetto, and then outplay the opponent.
Yeah, he likes to play slow chess, build up the pressure, also keep enough tension. He does not shy away from playing really complex middle game positions with little time on the clock. Yeah, so that's basically also the reason why he simply plays this kind of middle game positions with all the pieces on the board, quite little games.
Do you get a middle game here? Maxim can take on e4, and we're already almost in an endgame after d takes e, I guess. White takes with the pawn. Artemiev probably had 800 blitz games in this position. He probably knows what he's doing. It doesn't look very scary for black to me.
Yeah, not at all, but
he's begging for d takes e.
Yeah, it never looks scary against Artemiev, but he slowly...
It is, yeah.
Exactly, yeah, he slowly then outplays the opponent. Yeah, takes, again inviting the endgame. It looks like, wow, what is it? But be careful, because the pawn on c7...
No, but bishop g4. I played bishop g4 directly even.
Yeah, he did not want to take. Yeah, now the big question also, how do you deal with white? Yeah, it's a little bit awkward with the queen on d1. Any kind of bishop e3 can be met by knight d4.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. He could have taken on d1 first to make sure white recaptures with the e rook. Is bishop g5 a move? Or still knight d4 you do?
Just keeping the symmetry, knight d4, knight d5, then f6 is kind of forced, yeah?
Yeah, then bishop e3, like, no, game continues. He goes bishop e3 directly. So knight d4, what does he want to do? Take? Knight d4 played.
D4.
Typical pin, you can't go h3 or it would cost a pawn. Maybe you can h3, knight f3, bishop f3. Bishop takes h3, but it would be a pawn.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, but I also feel, look at this, Artemiev is treating it very slowly. I would argue that if you already go for this line, you better know what you are doing, or don't go for it at all. And he goes for h3, he sacrifices.
So what's going on? Knight takes, bishop takes the pawn. Then what? Is there some bishop c5 business, or what's it?
Maybe bishop c5, also somewhere some g4. Yeah, he might be combining ideas, trying to trap that bishop. But are we really trapping it? Okay, well, interesting. Now let's take a look. Will Maxim capture the opponent? It would be very principled. On the other hand, he might be feeling that there are too many tactical nuances there.
But he's a principled guy. He likes pawns. He just took a pawn away from Magnus. If it can be taken, he will take.
Yeah, but that was kind of clear that it was a free pawn. Here the opponent is deliberately sacrificing it. Can he also capture on... but look at this. Takes, and queen takes d1 could be very natural. Yeah, then we are forcing white to recapture with the bishop to d1.
Yes. Then you want to take on h3, yeah? He takes, bishop takes.
And now is the question.
He does take the pawn. Here we go.
And he takes on h3 immediately. Wow, okay. Fearless Maxim.
What Artemiev has in mind, pawn to g4, trying to lock that bishop up, but it can be freed with h5 or f5 if need be.
Exactly. Okay, my intuition was that if we trade queens, then after g4, f5, maybe he takes f5, and eventually the b7 pawn is hanging. I'm damaging the pawn structure, but at the same time, black will get a lot of activity. So difficult to really precisely evaluate the consequences.
Yeah. And there's no time. 3+2. You don't have time to calculate very deeply in the opening. You'll be down to the 2 seconds increment so quickly. Both sides down to a minute. And queens are exchanged. Queen takes d8. Rook f takes d8. And I guess still g4. If not, black goes bishop e6 and you're pawn down. You don't want that.
Yes, exactly. G4, f5 on the board. All right, yeah, so black is...
h2.
Yeah, black is breaking out of this trap bishop situation. On the other hand, eventually after, takes. And how will Artemiev, will he play king h2? It's also a possibility. Bishop g4, then we would take king g3, h5, rook h1, and try to collect the pawn like this.
Possible. Or bishop g5, exchange as much as you can. Rook d7, take on e7, take on f5, take on b7. Bishop e4, try to stabilize. No, but king h2, you called it.
Yeah, I was very happy when I spotted it, because before I automatically thought like e takes f5 will be the move, but no, king h2 makes a lot of sense.
Black has a choice, bishop g4 or f takes e4. f4 you can't do, then bishop c5. He goes f takes e. Bishop takes, bishop back. Looks very solid. Bishop takes b7, rook b8, and you target b2.
Yes. I don't really want to touch that b7 pawn. The big question, can we try to activate the rook by the g file with rook g1? But no, he goes for takes.
Bishop back. And
he's aiming at the
b2,
a7.
bishop a7.
Yeah.
Then you have a nice little a pawn.
Okay, you have a nice a pawn, but Artyom has only 16 seconds for the remaining of the game. Scary.
It's only 7 seconds needed to get to a8. a4, a5, a6, a7, a8. Can do it very quick.
Yeah, bishop h6, typical Maxim going for counterplay.
So bishop d2 is there. But bishop e3.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, bishop e3, making sure that things have clarified. On the other hand, without the dark square bishop, the a pawn doesn't look so frightening. Yeah, bishop f5 going for the bishop trade. Artyom needs to pay attention to the clock.
But whenever I see his games, he's down to final seconds and then he makes 50 good moves. He doesn't panic about it usually.
Yes.
Some exchanges made here.
That's the key, but okay, this is very drawish. On the other hand, okay, if white stabilizes, he might still have a little chance, little hope of, okay.
Maxim doesn't allow any stability. But white is still pawn up, no? Rook c5, what's going on?
Yes. There is still some pressure on black.
Rook g1.
Maybe we should zoom in because we might be missing out on some action.
Maxim got his pawn back finally. Artemiev still has the nicer passed pawn, but it doesn't look like he's winning. Maxim is bringing the king. Stop it.
Black has perfect harmony. Draw agreed.
Draw.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
Good defensive effort. Magnus has won in the meantime against Alexei Sarana. Show's favorite, Alexei Sarana. But we prefer Sarana when he has the white pieces. When he plays d4, c4, knight c3, e3, crushes everybody. Here with black.
Yes, exactly. I'm also... Okay, let's bring up Nepomniachtchi's game. Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi winning his game just like Daniel Dubov with the white pieces. Let me jump to Arjun Agassi against Daniel Dubov. Daniel in a tough defense. Arjun is up in exchange. It's not easy to break this fortress. It's not obvious if this is, especially after f4. Yeah, f4 check was maybe a bit premature. Look at this. Now it's maybe a fortress.
I think it should be a draw, but even if it is, in a blitz game, white can just keep playing 1,000 moves. But how do you ask a question? You have to bring the king to e7 or e8 or something like that, yeah?
Yes, or also somewhere you might try to break with f5, but now exactly it still does not work. So yes, white's king will try to get to e7, but black can also stop it with king f6. Then you have to go all the way to e8 so that you will be threatening king f8. Trying to shoulder black's king like this.
Arjun chooses to move around for now. Eric Agassi out of candidates tournament contention. He had to win the World Rapid Championship. Even if he wins the Blitz, it's not enough. For Anish Giri, if Anish were to win this Blitz tournament, he could still overtake Gukesh and go to the candidates. But it looks unlikely. He was 2 points behind before this round.
Yeah, he had a very strong start. It looked like he might be able to, but look at this. Arjun is making progress. Okay, king c7 was met by king e7, making sure that white is unable to get the king behind.
Question for you. I think it happened. Can black even go f6 and then sit like this?
Well, the question is, can you sit like this? And how do you answer that question with few seconds on the clock?
Dubov answered it. Looks like it's loosening up a bit, but it's a nice combination. The bishop covers e6, the pawns cover all the other squares. How does white make progress?
Yeah, no entry square. It looks like it should be a draw. And the good news for black is that the moves are coming so easily, and white is the one who has to try to figure out the way.
Bishop g4 are easy to make. No progress for Arjun.
Yeah, Arjun will be very upset with his f4 check move. Yeah, that was very unfortunate.
Yeah. Rook h8, you can go king g7, but he doesn't care. Rook h7 is not a threat.
And Daniel Dubov has also accumulated quite a lot of time. He's comfortable.
He's playing for a win.
Yeah, let's zoom in. I think that there is not much we can analyze here anyway. Then it's better if we have the full screen. There we go. Look at this. Daniel Dubov signaling that, okay, why are we playing this? There is nothing you can do, my friend.
Surprising, eh? Even if the king comes to d8, there's no way through.
Yeah, no, just absolutely nothing. Because I know this position with double f pawns. Yeah, it's the same. It doesn't really matter if this is now on g3 or on f3. It's fortress.
Dubov.
He's
smiling
focused,
there. He's trying to look bored. No, but it's over. Arjun doesn't see a way through because there is none. Nice defense by Dubov, especially this f6 move to decide on that with no time on the clock, knowing that's still fortress. Yeah.
Yeah, that was impressive, but also he didn't do it right from the start. He kind of felt like I need to, because otherwise White's king is coming from behind.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
I can tell you in a second. Vincent is still playing. How's our boy Vincent doing? He's playing
not good.
against one of my favorite names in the event, Kazibek Nogabek. Double back.
Wow, okay, let me get the game up if it's still running.
I'm not sure it is. It still shows up here in my little tool. But no, I guess it's over. What's Vincent's score? He's stuck somewhere in the middle, yeah? 50% or whatever.
Yeah. No. It's,
okay.
I was not even following his games yet because he's not doing it correctly for our show. Yeah, we need him to win like 5-6 games in a row in order to have a chance that we can cover his actions. By the way, it looks like he probably lost this or he saved it. I don't know. It doesn't look good.
Didn't look great. Pawn down.
3-4 repetition by computer, but I don't know if anyone could ever claim this.
We don't know. All right, let's have a look at the results at the top boards, where we've seen the draw between Artemiev and MVL. Magnus Carlsen, coming straight back from his loss, defeats Alexis Arana. Erigaisi Dubov, we've seen, hard-fought draw. Yu Yang Yi, always up there. Another draw against Nihal. Nepomniachtchi wins against Shimanov. And Ryazantsev draws Duda. So where does that leave us in the standings? We still have our two co-leaders. Yep. Artemiev and MVL. Then Dubov, Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, Sarin, and Erigaisi, and Peter Svidler, who beat Mamedyarov in close pursuit.
Wow.
Peter, who's gonna win? Anything could happen. Everybody's up there.
Exactly. I believe that at least 10-15 guys still have very good chances of winning the event. Very happy about Peter Svidler, not only playing a brilliant rapid event, but also now he's up there.
How does he do it? He's 58 years old at this point, and he's still playing great chess. It's amazing. Shout out to Peter Svidler.
Absolutely. And beating Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, that will give him a lot of confidence. That's a real confident booster, beating someone like Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with the black pieces.
Very much so. Let's check the results of the women's section. There was a small problem. The PGNs didn't show up here, but games were played. Gunina draws against Lachno, 2 stars there. Then Harika's up there. Very solid as always, Harika. Only lost 1 game. And Anastasia Botnaruk. She's just world class in all the formats now. The world rapid champion. Bought 3 in the Blitz. What's going on there?
Yeah, pretty impressive. But also look at this. Bibi Sarasova losing just when she's coming back. She's losing to Alexandra Kostenyuk. That's a big blow to her chances of regaining her title.
Yeah. Germany's Dinara Wagner also made an appearance on the top boards, but lost to Daria Charashkina. So let's see the standings. Gunina still with a comfortable lead, 1.5 points ahead of the pack. Kostenyuk now in sole second place, representing Switzerland, Alexandra Kosteniuk. A legend, of course, former world champion, great player. Wodnaruk is there. Mungjul, also on 8 points, as is Harika, Lachno, Amadzada, and Garifulina. But can they catch Gunina? Gunina, she's not solid, that's the good news. Normally the board is on fire, pieces are flying, she's sacrificing pieces. But now she made a draw. It's difficult, of course. Once you're 1.5 points ahead, you're trying to be more solid, maintain your lead. Not easy to be. They hunted.
Yeah, but there is also a very important update, I think, that we have to mention, that she has won the previous round. Yeah, we had trouble showing the results.
Yeah, we couldn't see it, but she won.
Yeah, she won the first game, and this is so important when you are leading the tournament with 8.5 out of 9. We talked about this, that who knows what kind of crazy thoughts are going through your mind, feeling that you have this golden opportunity winning the World Championship. And then starting with a win, that calms your nerves down and makes you settle into day 2.
Very much so. Hard not to root for Gunina. Always friendly, always entertaining chess. And yeah, if she catches fire, if she's on form, such a sharp tactician. Very hard to stop her. Let's see if anybody manages. What pairings do we expect? I can't recall who played whom already. We know MVL faced both Artemiev and Magnus just today. So he will have to face a new opponent. Did he play Dubov? I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm also not sure. Probably not. But also he haven't played Jan yet. Nepomniachtchi.
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, many.
No, he's playing.
Yes.
He's playing Dubov next. So we'll go on a break and we will come back with the very exciting fight for first in this World Blitz Championship.
Thinking about your New Year's chess solutions but don't know where to start? Don't worry, we've got you covered in your year in chess. This new feature brings you every stat you need. See your legendary streaks, check out your global passport, and tally up those wins. Relive your greatest triumph and all the unforgettable moments that defined your chess journey in 2023. Check it out now at go.chess.com/yearinchess.
We are live in Oslo, Norway. It's a beautiful day, a beautiful summer. You know the drill, we've done this before. Ma'am, do you mind if I ask you some questions real quick? When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
Game, puzzle.
Puzzle, that's brilliant.
Chess, horse.
Smart.
Black and white.
Black and white. That's 2 words, but I'm gonna let it pass. If I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind? I don't know if I have any other questions for you. Okay, when I say strategy, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Puzzle.
Puzzle, oh my God. Magnus Carlsen.
Chess.
The answer was puzzle, actually. That was the correct answer. That's okay, though. Okay.
Yeah, I love chess.
You do love chess.
Yeah.
Do you play chess?
Yeah, sometimes.
You play chess online?
Yeah.
Where do you play?
Chess.com,
You play on chess.com, of course. Do you know who Magnus Carlsen is?
No.
Okay. Could you name any world chess champion?
We should not.
I knew you were going to say that. Obviously, you know who Magnus Carlsen is.
Sure.
Right?
He's a hero.
You know how good he is?
The best?
Yeah, he's the best, right?
Yeah.
Has Norway changed now that Magnus isn't the world champion?
Yeah, it's kind of a bit more sad. Why?
Yeah. Do you know that he's no longer the world chess champion?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So you didn't know why you felt sad, and now you know why.
Yeah, I guess he'll get back up
He'll
there.
get back. Do you know why?
No.
He left chess to become a footballer.
Actually.
Yeah, actually.
I think it's very different, chess and football.
Yeah. But he's an athlete, so he can pull it off.
It makes sense.
It makes sense, right?
I don't know who he is.
You don't know who Magnus Carlsen is? Okay. He's a professional footballer, one of the most well-known in Norway.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Sorry, I'm not from here.
Okay.
I heard there was a huge chess tournament thing where he accused another player of cheating.
That's true. Do you know anything about that scandal? Have we done our job, Oslo? Oslo, they are an educated chess city, a city of deep thinking people, a city of beautiful people, a city where chess comes to life.
Welcome back, everybody. Final day of the Blitz World Championship. Round number 15 in the open and 12 in the women's section about to kick off. But Peter, before we get into it, you want to show us how Magnus Carlsen won his last round game against Alexei Sarana. What happened?
Yeah, I feel like we have to show it because this was such a knockout punch. Let's take a look. Magnus started with e4. It was the beloved Najdorf by Alexei Sarana, but Magnus was already tricking here with the move order a little bit. But finally, anyway, yeah, and there we see b5 being a mistake and Magnus capitalizing on it, going for d4. Now he opens it up. He goes for the open Sicilian, and after bishop b7, bishop f3, a typical way of hitting that bishop on b7. Now e4, e5 ideas are already looming in the air. Knight bd7 played, a4, breaking the construction on the queen side instantly. B takes a4, rook takes a4. Look at that rook, and now we're gonna see a spectacular sacrifice after e6, rook b4, knight c5, rook takes b7, position exchange sacrifice, of course, based on tactical motives. Knight takes b7, e5, opening up the light squared bishop. Incredible power performance. D takes e5, bishop c6, check first, a very important intermezzo. Knight d7 is obligatory, and now knight takes e6, boom. fantastic stuff. Jan, what do you make of this?
Trying to figure it out. If we take, how does white win?
Well, white does
G6,
not...
queen takes e5, that's the trick. I got it.
Yes, g6, queen takes e5, followed by... Ah, okay, yes, instead of king e7, yes. So
Yes.
g6, queen takes e5, with double attack, hitting the rook, queen takes e6 check, bishop g5, bishop takes b7, everything is coming. So Alexei played king e7, then Magnus collected the knight on b7, rook b8, and then if we make a count, it's clear that white has sacrificed an exchange but has an overwhelming position. It should be winning. And then it took some technique. Look at this stylish little move, rook d1, inviting black to take on b7, then bishop g5 check. And after knight f6, rook takes d8. Due to the pin on the knight and the king, black is unable to capture the queen on h5. Fantastic performance by Magnus. It took him some time. Later it was a technical issue, but it was fantastic stuff.
All right, let's have a look at the pairings first in the open section for the next round. Magnus Carlsen, half a point behind the leaders. Who is playing whom? We see Peter Svidler on camera facing Artemiev. And what else do we have?
Yeah, let's take a look at the pairings. So nice to see Peter Svidler there, and with the white pieces against Artemiev. I believe that if you are facing Artemiev, you really want to have the white pieces. Artemiev plays e4, e5. That's very much a territory where Svidler should feel very happy targeting him or challenging him in a nice little anti-martial structure.
Yep. Other pairings are Magnus Carlsen against Arjun Erigaisi. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave faces Daniel Dubov, and Nihal Sarin, the Blitz specialist, against Jan Nepomniachtchi. There's also Fabiano Caruana making an appearance on the top boards, playing Yu Yang-yi. Duda plays against Nestorov, trying to conclude his comeback. Levan Aronian against Ryazantsev. Then we see Fabi and Jan Krzysztof Duda. But this round, Peter, we will cover the women's section, where Valentina Gunina is cruising 1.5 points ahead of the pack. Here we see. That's... Is that Kostenjuk? I barely recognize her. Yeah, it's Kostenjuk.
Yeah, Kostenjuk against Charochkina, yes. But the game we will be mostly focusing on is clearly on board number 1. Mungsul versus Valentina Gunina. Valentina has been dominating the event throughout. Let's see how she will handle this new challenge.
Yeah, Mungsul, not a household name yet, from Mongolia, around 2250 in classical chess. But I think still a young player as well, facing the star of the event so far, Valentina Gunina. Looks very focused there, Gunina with the black pieces. What's her opening repertoire? I think she normally plays solid openings, but then it gets out of hand quickly. I think that's her style. She starts with a Slav, but then you look 5 moves later and the board is on fire.
Exactly. Yeah, she has this style that she first wants to set up a very solid construction, and after that, she is going after her opponent. And there we see the handshake. Let's take a look. Okay. E5, C5. D takes D5.
Both sides did their homework. E6. And pawn to A3. Everybody knows theory nowadays. Can't surprise anybody.
Exactly. Yeah, this is how it should be. But of course, this is a very complex structure. F6, knight C6. Okay, so black is trying to challenge that E5 pawn right away.
I'm out of book. C4 looks normal, aggressive. I like white's position here. What do you do with black? Take on E5?
It looks a bit ugly for black, yeah? It's like white gets very nice, easy development, and in Blitz game, that's very important. A5, okay, white can also play B5, then black will be forced to take on E5. All right, okay, maybe that's kind of strategically good, but white might even has other options. No, we should go B5.
I don't know. Could be other moves. C takes D5. But then it gets very complex already. b5 is the way to keep control.
Yes, but yeah, white has many possibilities. This is also sometimes a big problem in a blitz game. Yeah, you are burning time. You think like, should I play this? Should I play that? Instead of just blitzing out your move.
You can see why Gunina is so strong in blitz. Even if the position is shaky, she just plays a5 almost a tempo, making your opponent think. Now plays knight takes e5. Is acting like it's all part of the plan. She will recapture bishop e5, knight f6. Might be slightly worse, but no hesitation.
But even there is bishop f6 opportunity. Yeah, if we feel like trading the dark square bishops, then. But c takes d5. I'm not liking this.
This is d. Opening up some black pieces, and Gunina doesn't recapture, goes knight f6. Great feeling for dynamics, the initiative there. Saying, you want to take on e6? All right, please develop all my pieces. Queen takes d1, then bishop takes e6. And all of a sudden, black looks very active.
Yeah, black is very active. Yeah, bishop takes d5, e5. At least, okay, now also white can say things have stabilized, calm down again. Bishop e2, short castle. Let's try to evacuate that king from the center as quickly as we can.
Yeah, Gunina decided to keep the queens on the board. Could also have taken on d5 with the queen, but she likes some more material to work with. Should be two short castles. You're right, now at least the moves are easy again. Knight c3, bishop c5, bishop d4. Oh, when she goes knight d2, okay. Headed for f3 and d4.
Yes, of course, the knight is trying to blockade that isolated pawn. And if white gets that, it's always good news. On the other hand, thanks to this a5, b5 inclusion, black gets the c5 square, plus also white's queenside structure is compromised. Gunina is fixing that weakness on a3.
Pawn to a4. The knight continues its journey. What do you think? Who's better and why? I can't really tell.
Yeah, it's a very complex double-edged position. Probably it's dynamic equality, but in a blitz game, of course, the biggest question will be which side will have the flow, which moves are coming more easily, because you don't have time to go for scientific approach here.
Just go knight f5. Always a good idea. Hope for g6, knight h6 checkmate.
Yeah, but knight f5 will be met by bishop f6, and then we might be regretting the over-aggressive approach. Bishop f3.
She didn't do it.
I'm not sure that
Bishop
I
f3,
like
I'll
this.
get. You're not threatening to take on e4. Looks like it's misplacing the bishop a little. Bishop f6.
Okay, now we're gonna see a trade, but then queen takes f6 will put pressure on the d4 knight. Black is more comfortable here.
Yeah, easier to play at the very least. Rook c1, rook c8.
But okay, as long as we keep the outpost on d4, it should be fine for white. Rook c1.
I don't know. I can already see the a3 pawn disappearing. Some queen d6 taking the pawn. But didn't happen yet. What's the clock? Gunina ahead on the clock. Play very quickly. 1 minute 40 versus 52 seconds.
Yeah, but she's faced with, and she goes rook fd8, a slightly passive move.
Bit of a random move here.
Yeah, but the problem was that white kept the queen on d1 and the pawn on a4 was hanging. That's why she couldn't really fight for the c file. Rook e1 played. The move I'm not really, again, so happy about. It weakens the f2 square.
I like it.
But okay.
Asking black
Yes.
if bishop takes e4 worries her, and she says yes. She goes knight back to d6.
Yeah, black is trying to reroute that knight to c4, but now white gets very active. Rook c7 played.
Yeah. Playing well.
The way things developed, both moves, bishop f3 and rook e1 made perfect sense.
Yeah. What's going on? Pair of rook gets exchanged. h3, also nice move, making a luft just in case. I never know if g3 or h3 in this type of position, but I guess it doesn't matter as long as you make one luft at the very least.
Yeah, and now it's all about the clock. White only has 16 seconds. Forget about the objective evaluation. You have to make a move.
She did make a move. But the a3 pawn, can we take it?
Maybe.
Take it.
Takes
Gunina
queen
is thinking
d4.
about it. And she does take.
Yeah, very unpleasant now with no time on the clock. What do you do with white?
And black has the easy moves again. Knight back to c4, pawn to a3. So white had to take. But yeah, no time to calculate. Rook a1, rook a8. Not getting that pawn back.
This is bad news.
Gunina is just too strong. She finds a way.
But okay, white is fighting, yet targeting the d5 pawn, the only weakness in black's position. At least black's king is slightly vulnerable, but clearly will hide on h8, create a luft with h6, and rely on the passed pawn on a4.
Yep, d8 is covered, very important. Then the pawns should be too fast.
Yes, beautiful construction. And now we
H6,
can't
you
even...
can see the
Okay,
experience.
but rook e7, trying to create something on the 7th rank.
Gunina
It's not over
calculating
yet.
a3, all of a sudden not so easy. Rook takes b7. She does play a3, but what now?
White might
f6
still...
with rook f7 or rook takes g7. She goes
Exactly.
to
Now
queen
we can
d8, but
take
now you
and
take rook a7.
take and rook a7 draw. And no matter what is the clock situation, we're gonna hold this without any trouble.
Yeah, Gunina missed a chance there, just as we were praising her.
It's not even a game. It's just complete draw.
You can see the class cutting off the king, just making sure nothing happens at all. And draw agreed. Good defensive effort there by Mungjul. No time, bad position. But she hung in there. Here we see Charoshkina, who lost the game against Kostenyuk. So Kostenyuk comes half a point closer to Gunina. Harika drew against Lachnau. Solid Harika style. And the game Mamadzada against Leia Garifulina is still running. But is it checkmate? Okay, we can switch to Magnus.
Yeah, let's switch to Magnus. Maybe even main full camera just to... Or okay. Complete craziness. 5 seconds for Arjun.
What's going on? He's trying to checkmate Arjun, but Arjun is queening his b-pawn. g6, threatening rook f8 checkmate. Didn't happen.
Yeah, and now he has to sacrifice the rook for the pawn. However, 3 pawns.
Is it enough? The black king is very fast.
Yeah, the big question, yeah. Okay, apparently according to computer, yes, but how do you do that? Black is threatening to come with the king to f5. Yeah, Magnus activates the king. But apparently this was
f4.
not the way.
Not allowing rook shakes.
Ah, but now king e4 and then f4. White can get the coordination. No, it's not correct. Okay.
Too difficult.
Yeah, it's... But still, practically speaking, I believe that Magnus will convert this.
Agreed.
We are not playing against a computer. The moves
the
are
Iceman
coming.
he's playing against.
Yeah, the moves are coming in a bit slow.
Maybe we can take the g4 plate.
Yeah, let's get this angle. Knight c6, going for the fork. Rook d5, knight e7. Yeah, rook d5, knight e7 was a fork. It's not easy.
King d6, can you do that? He's thinking about it. No, doesn't do it.
Now he gets the harmony. Now he gets it.
He loses the d pawn, but the g pawn is running. This should be winning. King g6. Oh, Arjun going for the pawn end game, but the white king is a little too far advanced. This most world champions can do. Yeah.
Wow. What an end game. It was just incredibly difficult. It was impossible to defend. Let's see if we have some more action. Jan Krzysztof Duda against Nesterov. Look at this.
Some results at the very least. Duda, was this a draw? Yeah, this is a draw. So one of these weird fortresses where the king stops both the passes.
yeah, you can't do any progress. And we see the pain in Duda's body language.
Duda
Probably
knows.
he had a great chance before, but he knows this is hopeless. It's just a dead draw.
He's trying, bring the rook to h1, but still no progress to be made. No, goes rook d3.
Yeah, this is the danger. If you are playing rook h2, rook a2, it might take you too much time. But
You
it's
should
all,
stick to g2, h2 if possible.
yeah, rook b2, rook a2 is very professional. Wow. Yeah, rook g3 was very important.
Rook h3. And draw agreed.
Wow.
Let's have a look at the standings in the open section after this 15th round, where I can briefly tell you the results. Svidler lost to Artemiev, so Artemiev still up there. MVL Dubov was a draw. Jan-Nepomniachtchi won. He's upset. He's roaring back against Neil Sari. Caruana Yu Yang draw. And as we saw, Duda against Nesterov was also a draw. Levan Aronian won, also making a showing at the top spots there. Hang on, is this correct? Artemiev won and MVL drew?
Yeah, well, Artemiev should be leading now.
Yeah, these are, I think, before the round. They haven't updated yet. Artemiev should be in the sole lead, half a point ahead of MVL. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen, also in pursuit.
Yeah, very happy for Jan Nepomniachtchi for starting great to today after all this story. And also Dubov doing extremely well. We always want to see situation resolved over the board with incredible fights. And what I was really worried about, that we had fantastic day one in the World Blitz with incredible drama, and it did not do any justice that scandal kind of overshadowed all the action we have witnessed.
Yeah, they're back to playing chess games, which is nice because they're both fantastic players. We'll go on a break and then round number 16. We're already approaching the finish line, Peter.
Welcome to How to Reassess Your Chess, the fantastic book that was written by the late Jeremy Silman. Recently passed away, but he has left a legacy of the concept of the imbalances that he elucidates so very well. This concept is really a game changer. Once you hear it, you can't really ever get it out of your head. A 1500 player didn't like to just attack, but Silman beat it into his head. Listen, you've got to attack when the king is stuck in the middle of the board. Looks like he might be able to take it back, but he said, no can do. Black decided to play bishop to c3, dropping a queen sack on the board. What kind of move is that? We see a mate threat that cannot be stopped, and of course, if you take the queen, rook takes, and mate on a stick. This is how Jeremy Silman's students play? Man, that's the kind of teacher you want to have.
Do you know about Nobel Prizes?
No.
Over 50 members of the Athenaeum have won Nobel Prizes. Bertrand Russell, Winston Churchill, Rudyard Kipling, have you heard of? You're too young, you don't know all these people. Tactically, I'm still quite strong. I can still, you give me a position in the paper, white to play and win, the first move I think of is usually the answer.
I think I'm quite good at the rook end games, but I'm not sure about my weakness.
This is I think the most expensive library in the world after British Museum. This
Oh.
is the Darwin chair.
Have you heard of Charles Darwin?
He died on his chair.
Yeah.
They play between each other chess.
Can I go up the stairs or am I not allowed?
Do you want to go up the stairs? I've never been up the stairs. Let's go up the stairs.
This is high. What's this thing over here?
It's an old thing for parcel posts. So if you have to send a parcel, you put the parcel in one and you put the weights in the other, and when it balances, you know the parcel weighs 4 pounds or so many grams.
I think the optimal age for playing my best chess would probably be when I'm somewhere around a teenager.
Mid-30s is probably the people reach their strongest, and so at age 79 I'm probably a bit past it. See, that's interesting. Yeah, we'll get there just in time. Thank you.
Championship. We are approaching the finishing line. Round 16 is about to begin. We have Vladislav Artemiev in the sole lead in the open section, being pursued by Gunina, Magnus Carlsen, and MVL. Peter, can you show us how Artemiev won his last round game so quickly against our friend Peter Swidler?
Exactly, yeah, that's kind of a shocking result. Not exactly because of the result. Of course, Artemiev is brilliant, but we talked about that. We hope that Peter can put some pressure with the white piece in the anti-martial. We see that Rook B8 move, the Magnus Carlsen's trademark move from the match against Dubov-Nepomniachtchi from 2021. And this is a very slow affair. Normally one would argue that nothing really happens here, but things escalated pretty quickly, all fairly standard. And now Peter Swidler started some adventure which he definitely regrets with c4. Bishop d7, black keeps on playing the natural moves. Knight e3, okay, somehow already not in love with this. Knight b4, typical resource that knight jumps to b4. C takes b5, bishop takes b5. Black is equalizing comfortably, taking over the initiative. Bishop c4, c6. Look at this, black is breaking with d6, d5. White's pawn structure is damaged. b3, d5, takes. Forget about the question mark. This is a game that is just a total catastrophe. D takes e4 for white. Rook takes b5 was perfectly fine. And now knight d3, forking the rook and the bishop. The e4 pawn is falling. Rook e2, knight takes e4. And after knight c4, which maybe Swidler was counting on that maybe he can survive, but it was met by a tactical trick. Knight e takes f2, and after rook takes f2, bishop c5. All of a sudden, there was nothing else than to design. What a shocking defeat.
Very much so. That means Artemiev maintains the sole lead. And in the 16th round, we have the following pairings. We have Artemiev facing Levon Aronian, who's worked his way up. Then we have Magnus Carlsen, the Blitz World Champion, facing Alexander Injic from Serbia, a bit of an outsider, making an appearance there at the top boards. Dubov-Nepomniachtchi is playing against Maxima Shelagraf. Dubov versus Abdu Satorov, two former Rapid World Champions. They're on the fourth board. Nestorov, after his draw against Duda, now gets to play Caruana. Raunak Sadvani facing Duda. So, a lot of tough matchups. Magnus Carlsen will be looking to win this game, to maybe keep the pace with Vladislav Artemiev, who's dealing with Levon Aronian. Which game do you want to see, Peter?
Well, Levon Aronian against Vladislav Artemiev. Certainly, we haven't really been seeing Levon in action too much in this World Championships. And I think this is a great opportunity.
Let's see the shirt.
Yes, there you have it. Levon is already waiting for his opponent, very determined. He knows exactly that, okay, this is the moment to shine. I have to stop Artemiev and keep on climbing, keep on winning games.
Easier said than done with the black pieces against the sole leader of the tournament. But Levon Aronian, also, if memory serves, a former Blitz World Champion. No, it's been a while, but he's won this event.
Did he? I'm not sure about this.
Yeah. No, I'm sure. But it was a while ago, like 2013 maybe. But,
No, 2030 it was Liam. But okay, we're gonna
I'll look up.
we're gonna find it out. I'm pretty sure that he was very close in Warsaw. He was leading, and we were thinking it's almost over already. Yeah, he had like a 1 or 1.5 point lead, and then a total meltdown happened there. A handshake between Alexander Injic and Magnus Carlsen.
Injic fight of the year here.
Yeah, good luck. I'm very interested.
No.
Levon has won so many things, but I don't recall him winning this one. Okay, while you are trying your luck, yeah, let me just say a few words about Injic. Yeah, fantastic fighter, uncompromising, but stylistically he suits Magnus Carlsen perfectly. Magnus knows that just by playing stable, good chess, he might get excellent chances because Injic is usually always very aggressive. We can see there the tension. There is no small talk between the two players. They also don't know each other so well, then you don't dare to ask a question to your opponent right before the game. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Maxim Vasilagav also ignoring each other, making sure that they focus on the game only.
Oof. They know each other well, of course, but stakes are high.
And Fabiano Caruana.
Catch.
Yeah, Fabiano Caruana also on our screen. Very happy for it. Fabi can still mix things up. I don't know exactly if he can grab the title, but he's certainly a player who can spoil anybody's tournament. And I'm always very happy to see these players. And there we see Daniel Dubov with the white pieces against Nodirbek Abdusatlov. Another very pleasant welcome to Nodirbek. I'm pretty sure he feels tons of tension, a lot of expectations there in Uzbekistan. But now he has fought his way up there. Let's keep an eye on him.
2010, Levon was Blitz world champion. It took me a while, but yeah. That's
but it
30
was
years ago.
Yeah, but it was not yet this official FIDE World Championship, right?
It was an official world championship, but it wasn't the current format. What did they play? I recall there was some strange format, but yeah, no, he was the official world champion. In Rapid Chess, he won in 2009, and in Blitz Chess in 2010.
Wow. Okay. Excellent.
Here we go.
Everything. This is an IMSO.
I'm old. Yes. Topical line. Takes, queen takes, knight f3, the stuff with d takes c4, knight c6, rook d8, and so on. Yeah, like very solid line for black.
Yeah, very solid. Also for white. Clearly, probably Artyomiev also feels like, okay, Levon is not the guy with whom I should be messing around. Let me be very solid. Yeah, and Levon goes for
rook e8, rook to d1. What do they play? Was this? My memory is so bad. Here you don't go e5 yet, do you?
Yeah, because e5, d5.
Oh, that's the line, no? e5, d5, knight b8, e3, and then bishop f5 or bishop g4.
Yes, exactly.
This is how they play. This is Niemann against Fabi and some other games.
Yeah.
1 to e3. Now you have a choice. Bishop g4 or bishop f5 are the two main moves. And
eventually
c6.
Okay, but this is... I remember that when I first looked at this, I was not so sure that this is fully equalizing from the black side, yeah?
No, c6 is not supposed to be the way. Not terrible either, but maybe Artemiev can generate some pressure here.
Yeah, this is a typical Artemiev play. He makes sure that nothing bad can happen to him. First, he completes the development, and there is some little thing to play with, because after c takes d5, rook takes d5, we see that pawn on e5 will be vulnerable. White will also have this b4 idea. He can control the c file. I'm not liking Levon's choice.
Still not lost. Knight c6, bishop e6, but some minor awkwardness to be dealt with. The rook can come to c5, bishop b5 is there one day. Yeah,
yes.
c6 is not the way. Bishop f5 is the move, but then you have to recall or find all these pawn sacrifice lines after queen takes c7. Like, this is some heavy theory which Levon wanted to avoid, but he has to suffer a bit.
And look at the clock. Look at the clocks. It's a clear time advantage for Artemiev, and this should be a very welcoming news for Vladislav. Normally, he has a good position, but very little time. Now he has a good position and a lot of time on the clock.
Bishop g4, question mark we see on our screen. Levon, has to move the bishop a second time. Not a good sign. Pawn to h3 will ask the bishop where wants to go. No, this is unpleasant. This is what you dream of as a boring d4 player. Risk-free pressure, some targets on e5 and b7. You can go b4, rook to d1, rook to c1. Very nice position. And now the bishop on h5 is
hanging,
pinning the e-pawn, so you can't go e4 for counterplay.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the key issue why White has included the moves h3, bishop h5. He has all the freedom. On the other hand, okay, Levon says, yes, you might have a good position. I might not be threatening e4 yet. But I'm disturbing you. You have to count on my e4 move at any moment.
Yeah, now he has to decide which square to put the rook on. Rook d1, rook c1, rook b1. Which one do you like?
Good question. I don't really know what the rook does on d1, but there are all kinds of pros and cons for every single choice. Rook d1, rook c1, rook b1. Not an easy one.
That's why he's thinking, and he's gone with rook d1. Can Levon go rook a8, or are we dropping material then? Bishop takes a6 can sometimes be there.
Yeah, but then we have bishop takes f3, yeah? So I very much believe that after rook d1, black will play rook a8. That's why I was not entirely sure about rook d1. However...
Also, if you take...
Wow.
Yeah, he's playing rook c8, because rook d8, I think you take, rook takes, maybe even g4, bishop g6, knight takes e5. I don't know. There's a lot of loose stuff in the black position. So you go
yes.
rook ac8.
Exactly, yeah, that was an issue. Rook a8 is maybe safer choice. And already Levon is up on the clock. Levon is up on the clock. This is good news for Levon and his fans.
Artemi have too many good moves, costing him time because he's trying to find a direct way. Now he goes rook dc1, adjusting to the rook coming to c8. Preparing some a4 or bishop a6.
It wasn't obvious, yeah, where to place that rook. Yeah, probably he wants to have clear idea. That's what you need in Blitz, yeah? You cannot really rely on sophisticated stuff.
There's no time to calculate all these variations. The hand wants to play. And now, what does Levon do? Still not tempting.
Yeah, not at all. That's why now he's in a trouble in a sense that he has to burn time on the clock. And he has fallen behind again with 20 seconds.
He's probably calculating, I don't know, knight a7, knight e7, bishop takes f3, whatever, but nothing that is solving all his problems. So he has to find the way to suffer without giving up too much.
Wow, b6. What is this?
Is that hanging a piece?
That's why thinking for so long.
And takes the piece. Often happens, you can't find a good move, you calculate all these lines, none of them looked ever tempting. Then you make the first move that comes to mind, and here it hung a full piece. Oof.
Yeah, wow. This is shocking, but this gives us the chance to jump to some other action. For example, Gunina against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. What a position, what a fighting chess here we see. White has sacrificed an exchange, but has fantastic grip. It's a terrible position to be defending in a Blitz game with black.
And Nepomniachtchi, he's saying no more nonsense after this Dubov game. Fully focused today, playing great chess. And when he's in the zone, he's very hard to stop. He knows everything. First of all, now that he played all these candidate tournaments, won 2 of them, 2 World Championship matches. Great theoretician, always been an amazing technician. And if he's feeling himself, his hand is there. He spots all the tactics. He will be very hard to stop.
And look at this, Maxim also done on the clock. Usually Maxim plays very quickly, but here probably was confronted with some opening problem.
He's defending. White doesn't want to exchange queens, I guess, so the queen has to go somewhere.
Yeah, incredible. This queen g1 check, queen g6, just in time to protect everything on the king side.
Yeah, looks a bit upset. The queen has to go somewhere.
Yeah, there are ideas like some forever eternal pin, but how do I get that construction? Yeah, I wanted to highlight like knight e7, king e7, queen h4, and nothing really moves, but I can't get there.
Zwischenzug, and he goes, what did he play? Queen e2? But that doesn't allow, hang on, draw?
Wow! What?
Ooh, he was surprised by queen back to g6, couldn't find a way. Offers a draw with queen e2.
And look at the relief on Maxim's face. He just cannot believe. And Jan is also very upset. The nerves. By the way, wide draw. Okay,
still
probably
nice
queen
white,
g2.
but now rook takes f5.
No, rook f5, knight
f6.
takes... No, knight takes e7 after rook f5. That's exactly my point. Yeah, after rook takes f5, there's knight takes e7. And then what? Do you play queen g2?
No, I have queen h5. Oh, it's a lot of gymnastics.
Queen h5. Oops. Yeah, so that's why Jan got confused. Wow. Okay, but let me pull up other games. Fabiano.
Nesterov once again. Blitzing
Let's see.
against Caruana, but he's a pawn down. He's gonna lose.
Let's zoom in while we are waiting. Okay, the game appeared. What do we have here? Fabi should win this.
He will. He will queen. Bishop e2? What's going on? It's good enough. Bishop takes rook g1.
Wow. And the new queen appears after check. And
Still a
a1
bunch
queen.
of spike checks, but they won't save them.
Yeah. A very big win for Fabi. And look at this. Nesterov is traumatized.
Does Fabi have a draw already? He had 8 wins, 4 losses yesterday. Not sure he drew any games today.
Wow. And there we see a win for Jan Krzysztof Duda as well. Duda is on fire. And Murcin against Nihal Sarin, is that game still in progress? Yes, it is. This is a queen end game. A horrible
Fabi
queen
made 2
end game.
draws today. Boring, Fabi.
But how do you handle this position with just few seconds of clock? Yes, black is running with his
Bring
king,
the king.
immediately towards the b pawn.
Can you go king c8? Yep, he does.
Yeah,
This
but
should
now
be
it's
draw,
a
of course. Yep.
now it's a draw. This is typical that if white's the defensive side's king is in front of black's pawn, that's an elemental draw.
Yes.
Okay, king f2, for example, just get little closer. What? Queen f6 check? Is he really asking for trouble?
Still
Why
a
would
draw.
you do
He's
that?
calculated the faraway opposition. Why tempt fate like that?
Yes, with 5 seconds on the clock, this is very scary.
Okay.
Yeah,
It is a
activating
draw.
the king. Yeah, this is very much what I like.
Okay, Peter, this game is no longer so exciting. Let's have a look at the results in the open section. This one will be a draw.
Wow, but look at this. I don't dare to call the action. White activated his king all the way to e6. The players are done to few seconds. Anything can happen here. Okay, now it's good. Now it's gonna be repetition. No, Nihal will go for queen h3 check. King e6, queen h3 check. But okay, this should end in a draw.
We can't lure Peter away from a running end game. I'll just read out the results. You keep us posted on what's going on there. Don't take on e4. Indrich loses to Magnus Carlsen. Artemiev, we've seen, takes Levon Aronian's knight, wins another game. So, of course, he stays in the sole lead. Nepomniachtchi will be disappointed with the draw against Maxima Shilagraf. Daniil Dubov against Abdu Satorov. Daniil wins the battle of the former World Rapid Champions. Fabi wins another game. Duda wins another game. So the favorites are closing in on Artemiev, but Artemiev remains in the sole lead. We'll jump over to the results of the women's section. How's Gunina doing? Still cruising?
Let's find out. Because, yeah, here this is now a draw. Agreed. Because the pawn is falling.
Gunina won again. She is unstoppable. Defeats Maria Muzichuk. Another tremendous play with the black pieces. Draw by Kostenyuk. Mungzul won her game against Lachno, keeping Lachno at a distance from Gunina. Harika making a bunch of draws. Bibisara climbing up there. And Goyachkina could not defeat Germany's Dinara Wagner. So that should mean that Gunina is still very comfortably in the lead. We'll come back with round number 17 of 21 in the open section in a couple minutes.
Oh, confusing one. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is a bit difficult, I can say.
What do you think? I thought that you didn't solve it for a second. Good job. So I'm going to show you some puzzles. You're going to have 10 seconds to look at the tablet, and then I'm going to take the tablet away, and you're going to have to give me the solution. Okay. You ready? Sure. All right. Mate in 5, white to move.
Okay.
You got it. All right.
Yeah. Queen g6, knight f6, bishop g7, rook h7.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Good start.
Okay. Queen
That was
g6.
quicker, yes.
Queen g6, knight e7, bishop f8, knight d5. No, wait. Where's...
If you go knight e7, I go king h8. Bishop f8, bishop h5.
Yeah, that's not working out. Okay, queen g6 has to be the right first move.
Yes.
Bishop. Knight f6, bishop e7, rook h7, rook f7.
That's right. Yes. Very good.
Okay. So it's queen takes g6, fg, knight e7 check, king h7 or king h8, bishop f8, and then bishop h3 or h5. Wait, bishop h5 must be played. Yeah, not bishop h3. Bishop h5, and knight g5, king h8, and then knight takes g6. Is that 5 move?
So you said queen takes g6, f takes g6,
knight e7.
Knight e7. Okay,
Yes.
we have knight f6 here.
Oh, knight f6.
Knight f6, king h8.
Oh, then bishop f8. Yes.
Bishop g7. Check.
Oh,
king
king
g7,
g7,
rook
rook h7, rook
h7,
h7.
and then
Okay.
rook f7 mate.
Wait, but knight e7 is not checkmate?
Let's see. Knight e7, king h7.
Bishop f8. Bishop h5.
Bishop h5.
Knight g5. Wait, do I have a knight on g3? F3?
You do have a knight on f3.
So knight
yes.
g5 check. King h8. Knight g6.
So what if I go king h8 first instead of king h7? Bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Oh, yeah, it's
bishop
not mate.
h,
Yeah,
h5.
then bishop h5. Then knight g6, king h7.
Then
yeah,
king
that's
h7
not mate.
and I
Yeah.
pick up the knight.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
heart of Central Asia lies the ancient city of Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Landmarked along the Silk Road, the spirit of the past still echoes through its ancient buildings and monuments. But today, modern-day warriors from all corners of the globe descend on this historical place, each vying for 4 of the most coveted titles in chess.
And a handshake. Magnus Carlsen gets the double.
Before the calendars turn, the year closes out with 6 days of intense battles.
He flagged!
Brilliant strategies and unparalleled excitement.
He's blundered! Magnus has made a new queen and now it's a huge turnaround.
Will the experienced prevail? Or will a rising star defy expectations? Let the games begin. This is the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and it starts now.
Welcome back to the FIDE Blitz World Championship from the historic city of Samarkand. We have a lot of action still to come. Peter, we begin with the women's section where Gunina looks like she's just crushing the entire field. Can anybody come close to her?
It seems like a complete one-man show. I'm always very cautious of calling things out too early. But at this stage, I just don't see and don't feel that anybody can still catch up to her.
Does look unlikely. Let's have a look at the standings and the pairings. Whatever we have there, we see Gunina facing Humpi Koneru in the next round. Another test. Humpi, one of the highest rated female players of all time in Classical, has crossed 2600. Was so close to winning the World Rapid Championship. Did you follow that tiebreak? She had a winning position in almost all the games, but couldn't get the job done.
Very closely. I'm a very big Humpi fan. I just love her class. She's an incredible player. And yeah, she was dominating chess-wise all the games in the playoff. However, she had trouble with her clock management, and finally Anastasia Bodnaruk fought her way to the title.
Yep. Looks like no one can stop Gunina for now. Let's have a look at the standings in the Open, where Vladislav, baby don't hurt me, Artemiev is still in the sole first place. Now Magnus Carlsen, sole second, half a point behind. Then we have the night maneuver experts, Dubov and Nepomniachtchi, both missing half a point from their game, which was counter 0-0. And shows here half point behind Magnus Carlsen together with MVL. Some other stars also in close pursuit. Duda, Eric Aisi, Yu Yang-Yi, Fabi. Anything can still happen. How many games we have left? 5 games?
I can't count
18,
anymore.
19, 20, 21. I think 5 games still left.
I only know that we are guaranteed non-stop action. Just incredible. Look at the pairings. Magnus Carlsen against Yuan-Ji, but of course, Vladislav Artemiev leading the tournament faces Jan Krzysztof Duda. Duda is the man to watch. He's incredible in Blitz. These two gentlemen are extraordinary with little time on the clock.
What was the year? Duda had this epic race against Magnus Carlsen a couple of years ago in the Blitz
18.
event, where it felt like they were both winning all their games pretty much on the second day. Then Magnus won eventually.
It was St. Petersburg 2018. It was the very first World Rapid and Blitz Championship that I commentated. It was incredible. Yeah, it was just, you couldn't believe your eyes. Yeah, that Magnus kept on winning. It looked like it's over, but no, Duda was in hot pursuit with non-stop winning action as well.
Yeah, but now they also have Artemiev to deal with. However, Duda with the white piece is very, very dangerous. Both not known as theoreticians, but such good practical players, sharp, spotting all the tactics. Should be exciting, but we'll keep an eye on the reigning Blitz world champion, Magnus Carlsen, facing Yu Yang-Yi. Yu Yang-Yi has been around for a long, long time, always around number, I don't know, 15 till 20 in the classical rankings. We haven't seen him that much in super tournaments, but he's been a great player for at least a decade now.
Yeah, absolutely. And he also played a wonderful rapid event, so certainly in great shape and excellent form in Samarkand. It's not going to be easy for Magnus, but who said it would? Magnus Carlsen needs to keep on winning to be able to challenge Vladislav Artemiev. On the other hand, I'm not ruling out Jan Krzysztof Duda stopping Artemiev. Anything is still possible on board 3. Fabiano Caruana against Daniel Dubov, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave then against Arjun Ergaisi, and Shakria Mamadyar against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Does incredible pairings and fantastic action.
And we have liftoff. Magnus with white decided to go with e4 pretty much all the way, with some exceptions in this rapid and blitz. We've seen him have different approaches over the years, playing some London systems or whatever.
Wow!
And h3 against a Petrov. Why did you tell us, Magnus, all these World Championship matches we were looking for ways against the Petrov, and he never told us about h3?
Wow, he kept it in the pocket for the right time, and the time has come against Yuan Ji.
Okay, he's just trying to get out of the book here as quickly as possible. Yu Yang does not look impressed. Puts the knight on d6, I'm sure. Could have gone to f6 as well.
Yeah, it's
see
a
if
bit
Magnus manages to
strange.
generate the game.
Yeah, and Magnus slowed down. He clearly is surprised, and he challenges that knight on d6 with c4. It's a very thematic, typical idea.
Now Yu Yang has a decision. Do you take? Do you go bishop e6? What do you do?
Yeah, it's not easy. I'm not happy with this knight d6 choice at all. Provoking
f6
white.
is so much easier, no?
Yeah, then you know your next move. Bishop e7, short castle, so on.
Castle.
Yeah. He sacrifices the pawn on d5. He goes bishop e7.
Take it. cd, knight c3. Looks a bit like these Panov positions where black gives that pawn, but it looks like a good version for white. Just keeping that pawn for now. Knight on d6
Yeah,
is
why?
stupid.
Why not? Yeah, takes, knight c3, eventually d4, bishop f4, bishop e2, short castle. All the moves will be played automatically.
That's how easy it is. You play h3, then you take the d5 pawn, you take it, and you win against the Petrov.
Wow. Okay, it also shows that the players are very tired, so coming up with some surprise, getting your opponent out of his balance, his comfort zone. But Yuan Ji is fighting, he's going for b5, clearly aiming for bishop b7, eventually a5, b4, hitting that d5 pawn.
Yeah, but white plays d4, also asking the b5 pawn about its intentions, so you get to go a6, stopping his counterplay on the queen side. I don't like any of this. Bishop d3, I guess he wants knight d7, knight b6, but it looks very
Yeah, but surprisingly, Magnus played bishop e2. I was also thinking bishop d3, but knight e5, bishop f3, that's
bishop
his
f3,
idea.
also logical, yeah.
Yes, that's the setup Magnus has in mind, reinforcing the d5 extra pawn, the c6 square is there. Unbelievable, I have...
everything? Knight
Bishop
b6,
f6.
bishop f. I played bishop f6, all right.
He played bishop f6. I was wondering that did white ever have such a good position against the Petrov in 10 moves?
I don't recall. Very hard to get. We should not ask Richard Rapport. Bishop f6 played. What do you do? Bishop f4?
Bishop f4, clearly black will keep on hitting that knight on e5 with rook e8. You cannot tolerate the knight. And if knight c6 is played, which is tempting... Yeah, but I'm not sure you really want to jump immediately. Magnus is also taking his time. He would love to keep the tension.
First big thing by the world champion. Falls behind on the clock. Things were looking easy, but Yu Yang is a tough customer. Not gonna go down without a fight.
Yeah, after all, he has some harmony in his pieces. Yeah, white is pawn up. We don't really understand why Yuan Ji has really sacrificed that pawn. Why is Magnus taking so much of his time?
Yeah, go bishop f4, see what happens.
Yeah, but something he dislikes. Is it somewhere like queen e8 and against knight c6, then going knight b6, eventually setting up some knight takes d5 trick? Okay, knight c6 on the board.
He goes knight c6 directly, all right.
Another big question, do you go queen e8 and try to set up that tactics that I've been mentioning, targeting the c6 knight? Or do you go queen c8, but that looks way too passive? Or you just eliminate it immediately?
problem is with queen e8, and then you try to target it. You can never take twice on c6 because bishop f3 will be there. So Yu Yangyi does take directly. Goes knight b6, still pawn down, but he has some jumps. Knight to f5.
Yeah, targeting, opening up the... Look at this now. He can regain the pawn by taking on c3 and then capturing on d5.
Yeah, he should.
Wow. So why did Magnus really let this happen? Takes, queen takes d5. Doesn't look so bad for black at all.
No. And it's on the board.
But why with the knight? But why with the knight? I'm very surprised. Queen takes d5 was so much more tempting.
Cleaner, agreed. And yeah, the engine agrees too. Says knight takes d5, X.
Yeah, but okay. How do you protect the pawn? Queen c2 will be met by queen f6. Probably that's what. But queen d3. Somehow queen d3
hit all the
is the move. Exactly. That's the problem.
Magnus thinking. Oh no, he's gone bishop to f3, it looks like. Doesn't try to defend the pawn. Yeah.
Wow, he can really do this. Yeah, he's trying to. Wow, knight takes c3, queen c2, and then it's double attack. Queen f6, bishop b2 with the pin. Magnus would have won a piece. That was fantastic.
So Yu goes back. Now what's going on? White has the bishops, slightly shaky pawn structure, but nice bishops.
Yeah, this is horrible position for black. The pawn on c7 is very strong. The pawn on c6 is a monster. I'm expecting some queen d4, rook d1, putting the pressure. No, Magnus takes.
Going for the end game. Black's take with the queen. C takes either c7. So queen takes, and he will want to capture.
Yeah, rook f d1, but there is a big drawish potential in the position with knight c4, rook c8 targeting that c6 pawn. Is Magnus really believing that? Okay, Yuanji is down to 20 seconds. That's the problem.
Magnus is believing.
Rook a d8. Yeah, making sure that the knight is still controlling the a4 break.
Yeah. It looks like he's let it get away, but no. Now black has d5, rook d6 ideas as well. How do you keep pressure?
Yeah, rook d4, d5, a4.
If knight takes, what's the point?
Then c4.
And bishop c4.
And rook d1.
Beautiful. Rook d1, he tricked him.
Rook d1, rook d8, but
rook d1, rook d8, and it's over. No?
Knight b6. Okay, knight b6, but then rook b8. Probably that will be the key. Is it really working?
Or yeah, he just goes bishop b7. Then if knight b6, he has rook a6. So he tries to run with his pawn. c3. I can't count. c8 doesn't look like black is fast enough. No.
Yeah, not at all. With the bishop and the rook combo, white bishop is coming back. Okay, b4 only chance. Does this work?
I don't know. Still asking some questions. Rook takes a4, c2. Rook a1, b3. So he can't take. He goes bishop f5. Knight c5. But now rook a5 is in time. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be over.
Yeah.
Also, black has a problem with the back rank as well.
Yes. This is it. g6, he takes, and the rook is in time to be joined by the king, stopping all the pawns. And game over. Yu Yangyi does not look happy, resigns.
Wow. What a game. There was a small miss by Magnus, but then immediately he corrected. He capitalized on Yuanji's mistake. All right, we are jumping to the next game. What's in store for us in Duda versus Artemiev? Artemiev in control.
Artemiev is fine. Pawn up. Might be a draw, but he's not going to lose at the very least.
Yeah, that's for sure. But on the other hand, it looks like it should end in a draw. The pawn, yeah, the extra pawn doesn't give enough. And even white takes. All right, knight's a dead draw. Rook g5 check. On the board.
Still fighting, cutting off the king. But there's not that much to do.
Yeah, nothing you can do. White just waits and sits and waits.
If the rook ever activates, then the white king joins, so Artemiev smiles and exchanges everything. Draw agreed. That means Magnus Carlsen catches Vladislav Artemiev in the lead after round 17. Elsewhere, Daniil Dubov has won with black against Fabiano Caruana.
That's a huge win. Also looking, do we have
How
some
did he win?
games?
Did he win on time? What's going on there?
No, hang on. Some game is still in progress. Muradli against Savannah. Queen endgame. The crazy queen endgame story continues. White picks up the pawn.
It's a dead draw. Queen takes a5 is coming.
Ah, queen c1 because king h2, queen c7 check wins the pawn.
Yeah, that happened.
And king g2, queen g5. All right, like this it's easy. Then it's not as dramatic as otherwise it would be.
Sure, agreed.
All right.
Levon lost again, probably shocked by that last round. Knight drop. Nepomniachtchi drew against Mamedyarov, struggling to get to the very top spots. MVL drew as well against Erigaisi.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the Abdusatulov game. Apparently it was not yet concluded, but it's not loading in the system. Big apologies there. The game might have already ended.
Anish is still playing, but it's a drawn queen end game against Bardia Daneshvar, 3 pawns versus 3. Anish's dream of winning this event and making it to the candidates doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, certainly not. Yeah, he started well. There were chances, but then he lost that game against Dubov. That completely unsettled him. And after that, he never really got back in contention.
Dubov has been a tough opponent for him for years. And yeah, stopped the run here.
It will be very interesting to take a look at the standings because, yeah, Magnus Carlsen has won. Dubov has won. Yeah, let's take a look at the results. Magnus Carlsen taking down Yuanji. Very important win.
Yeah. Catching Artemiev who drew his game. Dubov won. Erigaisi draws MVL. Dubov-Nepomniachtchi draw. And Indrich keeps hanging in there after losing to Magnus. Now he defeats Levon. So let's look at the standings. We have 2 co-leaders. Vladislav Artemiev and Magnus Carlsen both on 13 points. Daniil Dubov on 12.5 in sole third. Then Nepomniachtchi and MVL half a point behind them. Jorn van Vries making an appearance there in the top 10.
Yeah, and then a bunch of players with 11.5 points just shows the tournament is not over yet. Yeah, it looks like Magnus and Artemiev are running away, but no, the one shouldn't be. Yeah, shouldn't be ruling out the other guys as well.
One lost and all of a sudden they're in 4th place. Or 3rd, let's say. Let's have a look at the results in the women's section. There we see Gunina. Is this live?
Yeah.
She's still in action? Okay, then let's go.
Yeah, we have action on the top board. Gunina trying to...
Draw.
I don't know who...
I'm not sure who's trying to win. Probably white.
Well, we don't know exactly. The clock situations are also even. It looks like a dead draw.
Now there's not a lot of material left. Hupi doesn't look thrilled. Reluctant handshake there. For Gunina, she should be so many points ahead. A draw is good enough.
Wow, but look at this. I'm just pulling up the position that we had on, I don't know, in the middle of this endgame, and it looked like
that's why Hupi is not thrilled. Yeah, she lost all the pawns there.
Wow, so there was a chance that Gunina would have been stopped, but she survived the scare and keeps her comfortable lead.
Let's have a look at the standings. I'm not sure if they're updated with this draw. Probably not yet, but in the results section, Gunina draws, as we've seen. Kostenyo wins. Bunch of draws. Dinara Wagner defeats the ever-solid Harika. Great tournament for Dinara. And Lachner also wins against Maria Musicchuk. Do we have the standings? I guess we don't have them yet.
Yeah, we don't have yet. Yeah, I have actually pulled up the game right from the beginning. Hampi was crushing Gunina. It's now we can understand her disappointment not being able to use that. Look at this. This is just move number, I even don't know what, 20 Yeah, black has just castled long. White's king is in a trouble. The rooks are forked. Okay, this was a completely wild game, but obviously
that's what Gunina does. She has 7 lives, like Catwoman. You have to checkmate her, or it's not over. She's so tricky. I've seen her save so many lost positions.
yeah, just a couple of moves later, she was fine. Then worse again. Yeah, this was a dramatic game. But finally, Gunina escaping. Wow, rook g3 check? What is this? Because I wanted to pause already, but I see that white has tons of pawns. Crazy game, very nervy.
Yep. Ended in a hard-fought draw. We do have the standings left to look. And maybe we're exaggerating a bit. She's only 1 point ahead of Kostenjuk after Kostenjuk won last round and Gunina draw. That's not that much of a cushion.
Yeah, not at all, especially because she's leading the tournament. It might look like, okay, I'm doing everything right. Why am I not winning the tournament already? And it's so easy to tumble in the last hurdle.
Yeah, still Gunina has not lost the game yet. Slowed down a bit today with some draws, which is normal if you're in the lead. We'll slow down a little and go on a break, but we'll come back with round number 18 in the open section, where there's still all to play for. Magnus Carlsen in the shared lead. See you then.
Damon's legacy is built around his passion and focus. That academic component, yeah, you'll get there in time. But what we don't talk about is the impact that it could have on your character. You know, what's the level of confidence that you can infuse in a child who grows up in a single-parent home and don't get to see their dad? So if I teach him that he's the most valuable piece on the game and in life, how will that change him? What about that young queen? You're gonna need courage because you're a young Black or Latin queen. And in this culture and in this community and in this society, things aren't equal, nor will they be balanced. But on a chessboard, you are the most powerful piece. On a chessboard, there's equality.
Hey, y'all.
I can guarantee that working your way through this course and solving all 1001 exercises will reward you not only with a greater tactical knowledge, but also with spotting more tactics in your own games. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony and I'm a Women International Master. I wish you a warm welcome to the course 1001 Chess Exercises for Beginners, authored by Franco Mazzetti and Roberto Massa, with videos by me. In this case, the knight on c5 is not protected, and so the winning move is g6. g6 is the discovered attack, but it is also a double attack, because not only are we hitting the knight on c5, we are also threatening mate on h7. In this case, rook c7. Black has no choice but to capture, and now our queen comes in. We've lured the queen away. Now the king is too far removed. It cannot protect the black queen, so we are going to pick up the black queen on the next move.
Welcome back to the World Blitz Chess Championship, round number 18 of 21 in the open section, about to begin with two co-leaders, Vladislav Artemiev and Magnus Carlsen. And this round we'll be watching Magnus facing Peter's favorite, Jan Krzysztof Duda, who's worked his way up. Peter, what happened to Duda? In the rapid he didn't do well?
Yeah, he had a horrible first 2 days. Then I think he was like 50%. He finished the rapid on a high note with 3.5 out of 4. And now in the Blitz section, we finally see the Jan Krzysztof Duda, who I'm a very big fan of. Very dangerous. If he starts playing brilliant Blitz chess, nobody can really stop. Or maybe exactly Magnus Carlsen is the only one who can stop him.
Yeah, they had this epic battle you mentioned in 2018, and we're used to great results from Duda in faster time controls in Rapid and Blitz. But he's facing the ultimate test, Magnus Carlsen. Vladislav Artemiev is, I don't know, would be disrespectful to Injic saying he's catching a break, but he has a lower rated opponent on the second board with the white pieces. He's gonna be looking to win, to stay ahead of Magnus, or at least keep the pace.
Yeah, but also talking about Injic, he has lost to Magnus Carlsen, then he was faced with Levon Aronian. He beats Levon Aronian, and then he is facing Artyom with the black pieces. A very tough pairing for him.
Absolutely. There we see some other pairings. Yu Yang-Yi, Rajabov, Richie Rapport, your former countryman, against Sindarov, Olympic gold medalist, Tabatabai from Iran against Mamedyarov, Masoud Lu, Iran as well against Niall Sari, and so on. So the race is still very close, but at the top, Artemiev and Carlsen have been there consistently. Dubov-Nepomniachtchi also in close pursuit. Oof, gonna be tough four final rounds. Who's your pick at this point? Who do we believe in?
It's too close to call. Clearly, picking Magnus can never be a mistake. Obviously, I think he's the one to pick. But Artyom has played a stellar event. He can keep on doing it. We have been talking about Duda, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Daniel Dubov, MVL. I think all of them still have very good chances.
You can't pick them all, Peter.
Okay, if I'm forced to pick, I pick Magnus, but I'm just listing that. Bet. Yes, but I would definitely take all the rest instead of Magnus.
Ah, interesting. I'm not sure, but yeah, I guess that's fair. In the women's section, hard to bet against Gunina, still a point ahead of the field. But she's facing the very dangerous, very strong Zhu Jine, who won a rapid match against Hu Yifan earlier this year. Antonetta Stefanova, the legend, also making an appearance there on the second board. Kosteni will have to win that game to stay within striking distance of Gunina. Yeah. Some of the usual suspects there as well. Gunero, Bibisara, Lachno, Dinara Wagner facing the current world champion Zhu Wenjun on board number 6.
Yeah, and also Anna Muzichuk appeared on board 5. Well, it's still, we have been calling out that Gunina seems to be already smoothly sailing. It's not true at all. 3 more rounds to go, I believe. If she loses one game, then all hell can start to get loose. It's too early to call it.
Yep, but Kosteniuk has to keep winning to put pressure on Gunina. We'll see if she can do it. But this round we'll go with the open section. We'll watch the dude, Jan Krzysztof Duda from Poland, against the young talented Norwegian player Magnus Carlsen. There we see players already ready to go.
I'm waiting for the games to upload in the system. I'm always afraid, knowing all the technical issues we are facing. But I hope we will be in time.
Sure. Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. What does Duda do? He can play everything e4, d4. I think he's more of an e4 player by nature, but he's played a lot of d4 recently as well. Hard to predict the opening here. Sometimes in Rapid Blitz, he likes to play the Tropovsky or the London system, stuff like that, but I do not know.
Yeah, he plays quite a lot of English sometimes, yeah, if he wants to avoid real theoretical clash. Maybe it might be time, because getting into opening theoretical debate against Magnus Carlsen, in 1e4, I don't really fancy that.
Yeah. Then again, playing a random position against Magnus, I also don't fancy. It's tough to play Magnus. Let's see what Duda does. I recall in the World Cup some years ago, they were having these big debates in the martial, anti-martial, some long theoretical lines, and Duda got some good positions. But normally in Blitz, people aren't really in the mood for long theory debates. Jan Krzysztof, show us. In the background, we see Morzine and his colorful shirt against Daniel Dubov and Jan Nepomniachtchi with his lucky black and yellow sweater. We have a poll where you can vote. I'm going with Magnus.
Well, I wanted to highlight that we see completely different body language between the players prior to the game. Yesterday we have been seeing a lot of small talks. There is the handshake. The
They're
game
too tired to talk.
is
And here we
on.
go, E4, E5. Good old Spanish. And Magnus adjusting, plays A6. Looks like no nonsense, both sides. Playing their main openings, bishop E7, rook E1 or D3. Yeah, rook E1. Duda's a classical guy. Let's see if he goes C3, telling Magnus, please show me the marshal now. A4, B4.
Okay, a very fashionable line, very trendy
Magnus
line.
not sticking with his rook B8, bishop B7 lines, which we both had the pleasure of studying during the World Championship match. But instead he goes for B4, which has always been the main line, but Magnus historically hasn't liked it that much.
Yeah, and it's interesting that after A4, B4, D4, D6, after D takes E5, he captured with the pawn.
Yeah. Normally people take with the knight, it's simpler, but he's trying to keep more pieces on the board. There's some old line, bishop C5, H6, Queen E7, and so on. I'm sure we both looked at it at some point in the 2010s, but don't ask me for details.
Yeah, it's one of those mysterious positions. I believe this whole knight b2 was brought in by Grishchuk in the candidates tournament in London, 2013. I think that's when it was introduced, and people took it very seriously. A lot of high level clashes there.
I never liked it for black just aesthetically because you have these weaknesses on the queen. So that's why I always liked these bishop b7, rook b8 lines Magnus used to play. But here, it's back to the roots. I'm not sure about the move order, queen e7, maybe allowed bishop d5. If memory serves, there was some h6, queen d6 setups. Anyway, some subtleties. A little easier to play for white. Bishop d5, knight b3 is a typical idea, but I'm not sure how much it does here. And they just develop pieces, queen e2.
Yeah, now things have stabilized kind of after the trade of light squared bishops. Black's queen gets a very nice little square on e6. On the other hand, white gets easy development. We see knight b3, bishop e3. After the trade of bishops, there will be a lovely c5 square potentially for white's queen or the knight in an endgame. At the moment, knight c5 probably will be met by queen c4.
Queen c4, yeah. Black looks solid enough, barely. Some counterplay though with queen c4 to keep the balance. And if white goes queen c5, and then we can kick it maybe as some knight d7.
Yeah, it's a little bit too early. Also,
Rook b8,
somewhere
rook
some
b5.
rook b8. Yes, exactly. The typical way in this type of structures. If black gets the rook to b5, this will beautifully guard the c5 pawn and target the a5 weakness.
But then
Typical
black is
idea.
fine, yeah. If you go rook d1 and go queen c4, I don't see anything special for white.
Yeah, no, it's actually maybe slightly more preferable to play with black, because with black you don't play for an advantage. You just play natural moves, and if with natural moves you can hope for something, that's an ideal scenario.
And yeah, he goes queen e2. I like that move, stopping queen c4 and hinting at knight c5.
And also stopping rook b8, rook b5.
Yes.
Very nice move by
Rook
Duda.
db8, but that's not the dream, of course, giving up the open file. No, Magnus goes knight h5. He's so in tune with the details of the position. Yeah, queen e2, nice move, but it allows knight h5, knight f4. White can't go g3 right now. And knight c5, Zwischenzug.
Wow.
What's the English term? Intermezzo? Knight to f4.
Yeah, knight f4, intermezzo. Yeah, now knight takes e6, knight e2 is so tricky. It looks like black has a damaged pawn structure, but the a5 pawn will be weak. Black will follow it up with rook b8, rook b5.
Yeah, Magnus doesn't love that pawn structure. And look, more subtleties. King f1, he doesn't take the knight, but black could go knight g3, also breaking the white structure, and he does.
Takes.
Some clever stuff. But now black is a little better, no? Rook b8, rook b5.
Yeah, also up on 1 minute up on the clock, but I wanted to refer to that incredible, legendary Magnus Carlsen Levon game when this a5 pawn was finally captured, and it was actually a mistake to capture that pawn. So these positions are very tricky. But black can put the rook on d6.
Yeah, black is very solid. King comes, rook d6, and rook b8, rook b5 is always lurking as a plan. Dude has to be careful here. This could be a vintage Magnus Carlsen technical performance. I don't know if you saw that game in the Rapid where he played against Brajabov and looked like he was slightly worse all the time, just quietly exchanging the pieces, and then he just won easily. I don't know how he does it in these positions.
That was the only game that I missed from Magnus, to be honest.
Fair enough. I was impressed with it. It was very quiet, but somehow, he always manages to grind something out, even from these slightly worse positions.
But I'm not exactly happy with his choice by taking on d1. Wasn't rook d6 much more interesting, putting pressure on Duda's clock? And things are a bit easier, and Duda creates counterplay.
He just wants that a5 pawn, but Duda goes for g4, g5, yeah? And also if rook b5... Oh no, I was going to say rook a1, but actually it doesn't save the pawn.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, so king e3, rook b5, g5 takes.
b3, interesting choice.
Wow, so he's implying that against c3 wants to take with the knight and threaten knight c4 check going after the b2 pawn.
Putting pressure.
And no time for Duda. He needs to speed up.
Plays rook c1, good reaction. Knight takes a5. No. He allowed knight c4 check. Oh, that's probably bad news. Knight f3, knight c4. Now king e2 just takes and rook takes b2 and black has the pass a pawn. That looks winning, no?
This looks winning. Certainly. But
c2,
okay.
Rook c2, rook b2.
With a damage pawn structure and some coordination, white's king might come to c3. It's not easy.
The a pawn. He brings the king. He's a classy guy. Yeah, king d6, strong move. No, he's gonna win.
Yeah, white's knight is moving too far away, down to 4 seconds.
Duda shaking his head. Not happy with how this has gone.
No, not at all. Certainly not.
Did Magnus go back with the king? Looked like Magnus went back. Didn't want king c5, some, I don't know, 95, 98 or 95 adventures.
Okay, but then Duda is maybe back because he gets counterplay.
That was strange by Magnus pushing the a pawn. He makes a million knight moves, allowing Duda to coordinate.
Yeah, but still, with 5 seconds on the clock, just one mistake and it can cost the game. Magnus setting up a blockade.
Surprising. Yeah, I thought he would start with h5. But how does Magnus make progress?
Yeah, that's the key. That's what Jan Krzysztof Duda has in mind. I just gonna sit and wait. The black king is kind of stuck, or at least the pieces are stuck, because always you have to watch out for a timely h5 break.
Not obvious. He wants to go. Some positions change. Some knight d3, knight b4, knight c6. Well, white can maybe go knight a5.
Yeah, look at that knight on c4. Beautiful blockade. Knight a5. It might be a fortress.
Yeah, Carlsen also not blitzing out the moves. He's looking for a way.
One, knight b7, really?
After the pawn. Knight b7, now knight f3, then knight takes c5, wins both pawns on the queen side. Yeah, Duda's surviving this.
But still, the g5 pawn can also fall. And then this could be unpleasant. But knight h4, king e3 is making sure that the g5 pawn stays alive.
Yeah. Knight g2, knight f4, knight e6. We're still gonna try, but the king comes to g4.
And 2 seconds!
Enough.
Oof.
Enough.
Knight b8.
Into the middle of nowhere. But it's going to get trapped. Knight c5. Yeah, he blundered the pawn. Because he couldn't go king g4 because of knight c5.
Yeah, this is what
Ooh.
I felt like. Why do you do this?
I'd still be a draw. Yeah, I think it's still a draw, but more work
But
will
this
have to be
is,
done.
yeah, this is very tough. With so little time on the clock, I think he will lose it. Knight
Carlsen can
d7, knight
fish forever
f6.
for some knight double attack. Bring the king. Yeah, this is very difficult.
Yeah, this is very tough.
Knight d4. Carlsen has all the time in the world as long as he doesn't give one of the pawns.
And
But
only 2
defending
seconds.
King g5, knight d3. Not breaking through just yet.
Yeah, not yet. But with only 4 seconds on the clock, this is so tough to defend.
Carlsen's shuffling, but not making progress.
Yeah, now White has improved his position.
Yes. If Black ever forces the issue, pawns might get exchanged. King back to f3. So try king h4 to go g5, g4, but knight d7 bothers him.
Knight f7.
7.
Protecting the pawn. Knight f6.
Knight is to go. Knight h6, knight d7 back, attacking the pawn.
But there is this g5, g4, knight takes g4, knight g5 trick. Be careful. Actually, it's...
yeah, now g5, king f3, g4, yeah?
Yes, it's lost.
Yeah. And then black made progress. Now the king can come to f4. This looks winning though. Duda shaking his head. He has to give up the e-pawn. Yeah, this is winning.
Yeah, now with 2 pawns up, this is easy winning.
Magnus finding a way. Yeah, Duda resigns.
Wow. So Magnus has done it on the other
just as
boards.
I said, Artemiev caught a break facing Injic. Artemiev is fighting for survival against Injic in a rook endgame. Pawn down. King is cut off. I guess it's a draw. It's not cut off far enough, but I would lose it.
Wow, this is also a very special rook endgame. It's not the natural one.
No, I think it's supposed to be a draw with the king. Only cut off 4-5.
Yeah.
Now you give checks. King
I
goes to
don't
C1.
see the position
Go rook
because
H7.
we have to zoom in. Yeah, we have to zoom in.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the live board.
Finish.
And
Injic wins.
He lost, yeah? King b1 and he wins.
Yes, he wins.
Ooh,
Injic wins.
Injic. Coming
Stopping.
to Magnus's help.
Yeah, stopping Artemiev.
Injic, always capable of crushing dreams. We had the dream of winning the European Team Championship, but then Injic won his last round game. Again, from a lost position against Kukulas Arditis, and Serbia took the gold. Now, he might be assisting Magnus Carlsen here, who now is a point ahead of Vladislav Artemiev.
Yeah, what a turn of events. But we have tons of action. Daniel Dubov has beaten Volodymyr Mursin. Jan Nepomniachtchi has lost with the white pieces to Arjun Arigaisi. Alexei Sadana beating Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Fabiano Caruana winning against Pragnanda. Not a single draw on the top boards.
Tough round for Jan Nepomniachtchi. There go his hopes of winning it after he finished second so many times and so many.
I'm trying to bring up some...
Sarana with the white pieces. Sarana also crushing some dreams here. Ending Maxim's run.
Yeah, I was trying to pull up some running games, but it does not work. Yeah, does not seem to work.
It's all right. Let's have a look at the results of this round. We've seen Carlsen grinding out a victory in Alexander Injic. Some upsets this round. Dubov won, so graphs. Wins against Pragnanda.
Now. Yeah, Alexei Sarana beating Vasila Graf, Fabiano Caruana beating Pragnananda. Look at all the decisive games, and we know that on board 2, Alexander Ingic has beaten Artemiev. So here are the standings. What an incredible turnaround night is. Magnus Carlsen leading the tournament alone, half a point ahead of Daniil Dubov. Daniil Dubov, after his very important win, is keeping the pursuit on Magnus Carlsen. Arjun Aigaishi taking down Jan Nepomniachtchi. That was a very important win. He's now alone on the 4th place. Alexander Ingic. There is the update on our standings. Alexander Ingic, after beating Levonanian with the black pieces, takes down the leader, Vladislav Artemiev. Incredible spectacle. Jan? Are you back, Jan?
Yeah, it felt like I never left, but I lost contact with you guys. Magnus Carlsen in the lead, half point ahead of Dubov. And Gunina lost. Uh-oh.
Yes,
half point ahead of Kostenyuk now.
The only good news that Kostenyuk did not manage to win her game against Antonetta Stefanova. That was the draw. So yes, still Gunina in a lead, but 2 more runs to go, and it gets very messy. Still with 12 points on first place, Valentina Gunina, followed by Alexander Kostenyuk with 11.5, Zhushine with 10.5, Bibisara mounting an incredible comeback with 10.5, Hampi there. All right, nerves in the game.
Yeah, a lot of action still to come. We'll go to a brief break and be back with the next round. See you then.
The way I understand it, there are 2 spells. You can freeze a 3x3 area of the board, and then you can mark a piece that you can use to jump. So we're going to start with a Sicilian here. Now I'm threatening to take his pawn, because I could freeze his knight and then potentially take the pawn, but I'm out of the freeze, so I guess... Oh, and he froze my pawn. That's very smart. Okay.
I think that's how it works.
Okay, so that means I lost a piece here.
So can I jump through this piece? I don't understand. That jump I still need to figure out. Maybe that's on the other piece. Can this piece jump? No. That is the tricky one. It's the jumping thing.
So I'm down a minor piece. Wait, why did... No. Oh, James wants to jump over and attack g7, so I'm going to castle.
Can I jump through this? No.
He was attacking my pawn on g7 because the queen could have jumped over to take my pawn.
With this jump piece.
Oh, of course, he probably will play bishop h6, and then I'll have to play g6. Okay, but now he can set a jump on g6 and play queen g7 checkmate, I'm pretty sure. And I don't have my freeze, so I think if James figures it out, he mates me. Yeah, this is why I'm not good at variance. I'm good at chess. Okay, he missed it. I think he... Oh, and he froze me, so that's annoying.
Can I jump? What if I put it on his piece? I'm just curious to know. Do I bounce off of it or something? Like, what does this thing do? Oh, wait.
Okay, he gave up his queen for some reason.
Yeah.
What is he preparing to do?
Yeah.
No. He's going to take my queen. I guess we're done? Like, there's no more freezes? We're just playing chess? Okay, if we're playing chess, then I lose.
GG.
Nicely done, James.
Hello again, welcome back to the FIDE Blitz World Championship. 3 rounds to go in the open section. 2 rounds to play in the women's section. But before we go there, let's start with the standings in the open, where a certain Magnus Carlsen has reclaimed the lead. 14 points, half a point ahead of his former helper, Daniil Dubov, and Artemiev tragically lost his white game to Injic, losing some ground there. Peter, who's your pick now? Still Magnus?
Well, not clearly Magnus, but Dubov is brilliant. Yeah, after what happened yesterday, I keep on coming back to it because I was really worried for him and for Jan that how do they handle the situation. Well, they handle it fantastically. Dubov is there on the second place, keeps on winning his games.
Yep. I'm sure he would like that half point back from the game against Nepomniachtchi, but what can you do? He's still in the running. Let's have a look at the pairings. Carlsen versus Rapport. Richie making an appearance on the top board there, or on the Carlsen board at the very least, also top board. Daniil Dubov against Yu Yang Yi. Also won't go away, lost to Carlsen, but he's right back there, board number 2. Amadyarov Artemiev. Artemiev has to stabilize now. Arjun Erigaisi against Sarana. Injic keeps going strong. Face Nepomniachtchi. And MVL versus Caruana. Those names we've heard before as well. But Peter, this round we have to cover the women's section, where Gunina is only half a point ahead with 2 rounds to play. And she's facing another very, very tough test. Here we see the standings. Half a point ahead of Kostenyuk, and then 1.5 points towards Zhuzhine. That means the winner is gonna be Gunina or Kostenyuk. But will Gunina manage to stabilize now, playing Zhu Wenjun, the reigning women's world champion? Do you see all the Zhu Wenjun drama? She was sitting there next to Magnus, had to get up because like 15 people wanted to take selfies with Magnus, and Zhu Wenjun was just standing there, had to smile. Then yesterday, Yu Yang Yi has some protest, and who do they call to translate for Yu Yang Yi? Oh, what about the women's world champion? She doesn't need rest. She can translate a bit for Yu Yang Yi. Put some respect on Zhu Wenjun's name. What's going on here?
Yeah, I hear you. On the other hand, I think she was probably happy to help out in that spot there. It was a very ugly spot between with this appeal and nobody able to translate to Yanji. And I don't think that she minded that, but now all eyes on this game. Valentina Gunina has slowed down, has just lost her game, and previously lost against Hampi. It was already very scary. I already suddenly lost my mind which game happened when, and facing now Zhu Wenjun, who has the class to stop her.
Yeah, Zhu Wenjun hasn't been impressive in the rapid or frankly in this blitz so far. She's still 2 points behind Gunina, but she's such a classy player that if she gets the right opening, if she plays fast enough, she can very much win a game against Gunina, which I'm sure Alexandra Kostenyuk, who we see here, would not mind. She has her own problems facing Koneru, but if Kostenyuk wins her game and then gets a little assist from Zhu Wenjun, we could see a new leader after this round.
Yeah, it's a very important round, because if Hampi stops Kostenyuk and Zhu Wenjun blocks Gunina, then suddenly all the players with 1.5 points behind Gunina will still have a chance in the last round. So vital action ahead.
So much tension. Everybody's tired, and now you have to play these incredibly big stakes, big money games. Well, in the open section, we see Richard Rapport shaking hands against Magnus Carlsen. Daniil Dubov starting, but let's see how Gunina does against Zhu Wenjun. Gunina goes for d4, c4. No fancy business in the opening here. Zhu Wenjun will play e6, d5, and the Wesley Tarash. She's not messing around.
Wow, but this is
good
news
like this
for...
as a blitz opening, because black has
Yes.
to be super precise to survive in like a million lines, and you don't really get chances. But she's
And
done
I
her
think
homework.
I think also Gunina is very happy with this, yeah, because there is certainly no pressure on her. She can enjoy trying to squeeze, and
Even if she doesn't know
certainly
anything, you get the pieces out, you're a little better, or you're not better computer-wise. I agree.
yeah, Queen B6. Clearly, when you are faced with Ju and Jun, certainly you are afraid a little bit of this game, I believe. But getting this opening, there is nothing to be afraid of. Queen B5 would be a very professional move, for example, here.
I'm trying to recall details here. Bishop takes F6 and knight takes D5. Is that a line? Queen B2
is also a possibility.
There was some move. Well, yeah, she goes Bishop B5, also logically enough. But that leads to a more double-edged position, at least. After A6, Bishop C6, BC. At least black has some trumps. The bishop pair structure gets repaired a bit.
Yeah, I'm definitely not liking Bishop takes C6. I'm assuming that she would not take because the rook is still pinned. But okay, black will develop the bishop. Yeah, I'm not happy with this Bishop B5 move.
Ju and June taking her time though. Maybe that's her weakness, a little too slow. Just play A6, see what happens. Yeah, A6 played.
Yeah, on the board, at least on our board. And now white is going back Bishop D3. Okay, she won a couple of seconds, but she lost the tempo.
Yeah, it's a nice tempo to have A6. No more Queen B5 or Knight B5 or whatever to worry about. Now black does the usual stuff. Rook D8, Bishop E6, whatever. And then D4 is looming. Gunina changed her mind there after Bishop B5. Decided maybe she shouldn't take A6 or C6.
Yeah, but Ju Van Jun taking her time. She picks up the B2 pawn.
Also interesting.
But how to proceed?
D5, and now what? Do you give a check on C3?
Or do you keep on developing the bishop?
So many moves. Bishop E6, B5 is a move.
But I'm slightly worried of some Queen E4 after B5. I'm not sure how to protect.
Nice. Threatening checkmate. I'm worried that Ju and June will spend a minute 20 seconds calculating the options here. Doesn't look like she's a blitz specialist. She wants to calculate, make good moves. But here you just bang out the move. Bishop E6, see what happens. Gotta trust your instincts here. You can't calculate everything.
But be careful. Yeah, I also got fooled. Rook B1 might be an issue. Trapping
I'm not saying the moves I'm suggesting are good, but at least make some move.
Yes, I understand. I hear you. Also, after Rook B1, there still will be some B5 complete madness. So yeah, total chaos.
Queen E4 is also still looming, threatening checkmate.
Yes.
No, there's stuff to think about, but she's still taking too long.
Yeah. No. This capturing on B2, going for this adventure, if you are burning so much time on the clock, it was a very bad practical choice.
Also, you gotta know yourself. You can blitz out Rook D8, Bishop E6, D4, and she has enough class that her hand can just play the position. Well, now she's spending a minute and a half.
Wow, hang on, it's a blunder.
She goes 97. As often, when you think forever, you also blunder. And now, Rook B1, where does the queen go? Nowhere.
Exactly. Yeah, Rook B1 might just
Bishop C3, King of 1 doesn't change anything.
Seal the title for Gunina almost practically. Yeah, Rook B1 on the board.
Gunina is a great tactician. She's not missing that chance. And I'm not even sure you get enough material like a rook and a knight, because Queen B1, Bishop B1, Knight D5, your pieces are still very loose. Like Queen C2, attacking H7, E4 is there, or Bishop H7 also exists.
Exactly, Queen C2 combined with E4, you might just win a piece.
Yes.
And Gunina still has ocean of time. Okay, she goes for Knight G5.
Also looks good, but not as good. Giving black breather for, I guess, G6.
Okay,
H6 played.
But with 15 seconds, it's just bad position and black bad time management. Everything bad.
Yeah. Knight E4. Gunina not super precise now. Also her nerves, of course.
She gives time for black to stabilize. Okay, black coordinates the pieces.
Then it's not so easy.
It's not easy because white's king, not finding a safe shelter. Okay, finally
finished the
g3, king
game.
g2.
Now she still has to work rook c4. What's going on here? Queen c4, knight e3, so queen d1.
Yeah, queen d1. Yeah, it's completely crazy because she had 2 minutes on the clock against 15 seconds. Position was completely open, and now there is intrigue, there is drama, there is everything. Bishop
But
b8.
Gunina is reclaiming control quickly here, it looks like. Rook d1, targets d5, knight g5 is looming.
Yeah, back in control.
Yeah. Rook d8, maybe there was knight f6, knight e7, queen e2. Yeah, this is just nerves now.
Yeah, but okay, if suddenly black coordinates, then the 2 seconds can come in very handily.
Yeah, threaten something. Queen d3, queen d8 at least.
Checkmate idea.
Yeah, or queen h7. Yeah, I think queen d3, g6 was played, but the position already changed.
Yeah, we have to zoom in. The computer is not able to cope up.
Keeping up with the speed.
Let's zoom in.
Zhu and June blitzing there on seconds, but Gunina also took time. You can see the tension on the faces.
Yeah, there is tension in the position. Actually, it's not easy at all. Black has good compensation if she does not get checkmated.
I think she just blundered. If I see this correct, rook d8. There's a rook on d1. You can't cover it, so she has to give the queen back. And then black might be better with the 2 bishops.
Wow.
Gunina also surprised. Has to adjust to the reality that she has to go queen d8. Doesn't want to do it.
That's a very unpleasant position.
And
She goes queen
She
f4.
goes queen f4. The rook on d1. And Zhu and June doesn't take almost anything. g5, now you can go...
Total panic.
d8 check. They're both out of it, knight f6. But now she realized she can take with check. And yeah, white is winning again.
Knight's over.
d8 is hanging.
Knight's completely winning.
Oof. But neither side can. Yeah, knight h5 is checkmating. Ooh,
resignation.
Oh, yeah, there was too much tension. They could not make moves anymore. But Gunina kept her cool and wins the game.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the Kostenyu game against Hampi, and Alexander has all the chances to win this. Rook 2 pieces versus the queen. Setting up a blockade on d4. This should be an elemental win.
That looks winning. You still have to break through, but it's too many pieces.
Okay, I actually prefer rook d2, bishop d1, bishop f3. I just transferred that bishop to f3. But
like
what Alexander...
Systematico, but...
Yes. Creating counterplay.
The bishop's a little stuck. Still winning.
Wow. But okay, it gets more messy. Probably we have to zoom in again. Yeah, the computer is just overloaded.
You can see the difference there. Kostenyu, very experienced Blitz rapid player, is making moves very quickly, super focused.
Now perfect coordination of forces.
I don't know why the horsey has to jump around so much. It looked nice on e3, but she takes it to d4. At some point she has to collect the pawns. Rook a4, knight c2, whatever.
Okay, let's zoom in because we are missing the action.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the live board. Rook a4.
Yes.
Yeah, she can't really decide. She's moving back and forth. And now comes knight c2, picking up the a3 pawn finally. Would be still looking for counterplay. But the king is stuck on the back rank. Should be checkmate there. Knight e6, so that's e6.
Magnus has won his game against Richard Rapport. That's a huge win for Magnus. As an update, but yeah, all eyes now on this game. Kostenyuk needs to win in order to keep up and put the pressure on Gunina. We have seen that this is not about chess anymore. It's all about nerves.
Yeah. Rook c8 check, letting the king out. Yeah, it's so hard to keep control. The rook moves away from the c-pawn. Uh-oh. she has to move this beautiful bishop from f3, but she found a nice new square. Still, now the king is slightly less safe.
Yeah, unfortunately, our transmission is way behind.
Yeah, I'm just staring at the live board there. Stanyuk. Looks like she's rounding up the c-pawn.
Systematically, yeah.
After the f-pawn. Still trying to keep the game going. Still work! Stanyuk didn't catch that king who was on the back rank. And now against the queen, it's always tough to maneuver, keeping everything defended.
Especially when you only rely on these 2 seconds. But finally, the c3 pawn will fall.
Yeah, that pawn is gone.
But be careful, not that suddenly... Okay, the king can hide on b2.
Yep,
that's good news.
There.
It won't be so easy to convert this.
No, she put all her pieces next to each other. They were on b1, b2, c3, and c2. But she's not making progress yet.
Yeah, the good news that slowly, step by step, she should be able to coordinate forces again. The knight should go to d2 in long run. And then the king should start getting closer to the center.
Not there yet. I have a feeling the queen might survive this business. She keeps getting checks.
Yeah, one has this feeling. I want that knight to be developed from b1. Yeah, that's the angle. Yeah, this is the angle. But now queen e1 check. How to escape? You have to go knight a3, king a2, knight a3. That's the only way
we've had this
to...
position before. And there comes the knight. Finally, no more checks. The problem is once you activate, there will be checks again. Knight c2. The knight.
Yeah, knight c2. I also feel that the knight should come closer. Okay, now she's preparing knight c4 check. The knight should be activated. No, king b3. Knight c4 check. Finally. Okay, king b5 or king b7. Hiding.
Which move is this?
Hiding game.
120.
Already.
Move 120.
Yeah, over move 120. Crazy. Apparently, computer is already claiming some threefold repetition at some point on move 8, 108. Yeah,
but
pardon me.
When.
And again, now it's a pin. Yeah, against the rook on c3 and king b2. So white will need again a lot of time to get out.
She's playing a lot with the king. Keep the king back. Activate the other pieces.
Yes, she's not finding a right setup. She's going forward with the king. Where is this king going?
Yeah. Went to b4. All kinds of king adventures.
Now coming back. Knight is at least on e4, covering many squares. Yeah, now the bishop on d3, knight on e4, covering all the squares.
Once again, she moves the king. Oh, and Conero almost lost some time there. But somehow, whenever white takes a pawn, it also costs a pawn. So it's... no
but the good
progress.
news is that at least the 50 move rule, you don't have to worry about.
Yeah, fresh 50 moves.
At some point, I was already really worried that there will be... On the other hand, I don't feel like the players are even thinking about this at this stage. But black got rid of the weak f6 pawn. I think this is a good step forward, but white has coordinated the forces.
No, it's still lost objectively, but who cares? It's about breaking through.
Yeah, but now look at this. Now finally white coordinates.
Some mating net. But whenever she makes progress, she brings the king as the most active piece. King c4. Again, king c4.
Well, it's move 148. What a marathon game.
You need the rook to checkmate. You can't checkmate with the king.
Well, it's all about nerves. Queen b2, pinning the knight. Clever move.
Yeah,
in time trouble. Queen e2 check. The pawn on g4 is falling or not.
But now we can take g5. No, there's no check. She goes, but she doesn't take the pawn. Ah, no, she does.
Fine, we should, yeah, now okay.
At least white has a pawn to push. But
yeah, black was not in time to take the pawn. Yeah, now white is just coordinating and winning. Dramatic action.
The move number.
It's over 165 moves already.
Yeah, move 167.
There are just not enough checks. 3 pieces, you can always hide your king behind.
Really
170.
hide that king.
Okay, that bishop should land on d3. Yeah, that would be ideal. Hi.
All these king maneuvers make me very nervous. So the king is always there, hanging around on b6.
Yeah, I'm holding my breath because it's just too much. And if Humpy afterwards get to know that she could have claimed the draw with threefold repetition, that will be crazy.
If in doubt, she moves the king.
The checks are coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, finally she's coming back. Yeah, king b3. Okay, yeah, stability.
Bring it back. No more adventures on b6 there. Okay, good. No check.
Yeah, now bishop comes to the diagonal.
Well, at least practically, she's always making it difficult for white to make progress.
Yeah, but knight's over.
Being made. Now g6.
Yes.
No more checks. Finally, the pieces are arranged nicely. Question is, are you in the mood for an exciting finish with bishop and knight versus king? And she is.
Yes, this is already good.
I'm
you
sure
can calm down.
Is well trained. She knows the W maneuver, but after having played 180 moves to wrap it up with knight bishop versus king, I always need to bring the king to the wrong corner. Then at least I know what to do here. From here, I would know.
Yeah, and there we go.
Yes,
Knight's clear.
Similar. Yep. Now it's automatic. King back, bishop check. Way to move. Or keep doing the knight maneuver. It's the W maneuver. Knight e3. Okay, that's also fine.
Yeah, the king is already locked.
Knight f4, and then you can breathe. Or bishop d7, knight e3, also good.
Yeah, check.
Knight f4, bishop waiting move, knight h3, bishop checkmate.
Yes.
Now she's got it.
Wow. Oof.
How many moves are those?
218. 219. 219, yes. What a marathon.
Any games still going?
Wow.
Let's look at the results in the women's section. We saw Gunina won, but Kostenyuk kept the pace. So, more nerves to come in the final round, which is the one after this one.
And Zsuzsina has taken down Bibi Sada, and Anna Muzichuk has won her game against Leia Garifulina, which might set up a Anna Muzichuk-Valentina Gunina final game. Not an easy pairing if that's going to happen.
Yeah, at this point. No easy pairings. It's just about keeping her cool. Gunina half a point ahead of Kostenyuk, so if she wins last round, she's the world champion. If not, Kostenyuk can still enter the race. What happened in the open section? We missed all the action, but this was more than enough excitement. Magnus won, you said, against Richie.
Yes, that's the only thing I know.
Dubov won as well against Yu Yang-Yi, and Artemiev won.
And Maxim Vasyalagraf has also won against Fabiano. But okay, all eyes on the top three guys. Magnus keeping the lead. Daniel Dubov is in hot pursuit. And Vladislav Artemiev is fighting for his chances as well.
Now we see some more results. Dubov also bouncing back. And in the standings, Carlsen half a point ahead of Dubov, half a point ahead of Artemiev, and then there's a 1 point gap to Maxim and Arjun Erigaisi and Alexander Injic, who's having an amazing event. So it looks like the top three should be the ones in contention still for the gold medal here.
Yeah, only 2 more rounds to go. Wow, and only the last round in the women's section.
I need a break, Peter. We'll be back with the finish of all the action very soon.
The Chess World Championship has been a prestigious title for well over 100 years, but oftentimes the prize money was lackluster. Chess in the 19th century developed without an international governing body. World championships were negotiated between players, with challengers expected to raise large enough stakes to entice a title holder to compete. The first official World Championship in 1886 had a substantial prize purse, fitting for an inaugural event. Subsequent championships failed to generate substantial purses. It would take 35 years for the World Championship's prize purse to surpass the amount raised for the first championship. Something magical happened in chess. A new challenger from the United States pierced the Iron Curtain and threatened to end Soviet dominance of the sport. Bobby Fischer won the candidates matches in 1971, earning him the right to play Spassky for the world title. Fischer was different than other players of the time. He didn't just want to be the best player, or the most dominant, or even the most famous. He wanted to be paid. Fischer grew up in abject poverty in Brooklyn, New York, and was highly motivated by money and earning what he believed chess players were worth. The storylines were interesting and diverse. USA versus the USSR. West versus East. Capitalism versus communism. The world was ready to see these two superpowers battle it out on the chess table. Fischer's demands continued to impact almost every variable of the event, including the location, the chessboard and pieces, and of course, the prize purse. Fischer even had the audacity to demand a share of the ticket sales and broadcast royalties for the players. At one point, it looked like the event might not even happen. Fischer claimed the prize money was too low, despite it already being the highest in history. Fischer's calculated moves paid off when a wealthy business owner doubled the prize purse, raising it to $250,000 or $1.7 million today. Fischer and Spassky shared a prize purse bigger than all the previous World Championship prizes combined. After their match, Boris Spassky stated to the press how grateful he was for Bobby Fischer and how the money from this event was going to change his life. Bobby Fischer single-handedly raised the profile and catapulted chess into a mainstream sport followed by millions of people. Fischer had ensured that not only he and Spassky, but every World Championship competitor after them earned a deserving prize.
Welcome back, everybody. We are approaching the finish line in the Samarkand World Blitz Chess Championship. 2 games left in the Open, but only 1 round left in the women's section. So we start with the standings. In the women's section there, Peter, you've done all the math. What's happening?
Well, since Kostyanyuk also managed to win her marathon game against Hampi Koneru, she's in hot pursuit. There we see the pairings already for the last round. What I have been expecting, Valentina Gunina is taking on Anna Muzichuk. That will be a big match. And on board too, can you help me out? Whom is Alexandra Kostyanyuk facing?
Kamalidenova!
Wow.
She's in 7th place, but everybody already played everybody. So let's see the open section there. We have 2 games left. And Volodar Murzin, your favorite, our favorite shirt, is making an appearance on the top board against Magnus Carlsen, the 17-year-old facing the Norwegian star. Badur Jobava also is sighting on the top boards against Daniel Dubov, and Sarana with white, always dangerous, against Artemiev.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, Magnus took the lead. Normally when he takes the lead, that's very bad news for the rest of the tournament, because he does not shy away, keep on winning, and all eyes on Murzin.
17-year-old will start there. If there is action in the women's section where the last round is being played, we might switch over, but for now, let's see what Volodar does. D4, D5, knight f3, knight f6. Murzin, very technical, very solid player. The London system here.
Yeah, but how do you outplay Magnus Carlsen in the London system? Yeah, Magnus is such a big expert.
How do you outplay him anywhere? Bishop g6 played. Carlsen not going for an early c5 instead. Keeping it very solid as well. Is he going to go bishop d6, or is he going to try to keep more pieces on the board for some more action?
Yeah,
bishop e7, he keeps some tension, typical.
Yeah, that was the big question. And yeah, white is going for c4. I'm loving it, at least something, and grab some space. Yeah, it can be tiny bit better for white, but of course black has already developed the bishop on g6 compared to all the positions with, and the bishop is locked on c8.
Also typical for the modern London, you're no longer supposed to pre-move c3, knight bd2, h3. You can play c4 if it suits, and that's what Murzin does here. Takes, bishop takes. Looks a bit better for white.
Yeah, the moves are also coming in handy. Yeah, knight c3, queen e2, rook fd1, rook ac1, h3. The question is in which order of moves?
Yeah, rook c1 played. Murzin will like it. Very solid classical guy. Do you worry about knight h5? Or looks like he doesn't.
Well, that's the question. Yeah, that's why I was not exactly sure when do we include h3, but Murzin also wanted to make sure that he's ready for black's c7, c5 break.
Magnus just plays a bad Slav, plays c6, but white hasn't played a4 yet, so it's not a great version. Black bishop out there on f4, and no a4. No, he play h3. No, he doesn't.
Wow, but I don't like knight e5.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
Black was cramped. Exchanging pieces helps.
Yeah, why should you change pieces? You should have kept the tension. h3 would have been natural. Queen e2, rook fd1. Now Magnus, I think, is more happy. He can also go bishop d6.
d5, yeah, bishop d6. Now he has space for his pieces.
Yeah, he can continue trading, and besides, let's not forget, once black trades the darks for bishop, he will have the break with e6, e5.
So Carlsen solid. Jobava against Dubov has already ended in a draw. Somewhat surprisingly, Dubov, yeah, had he won that game against Badur, he could maybe have caught Magnus, but he makes a quick draw with the black pieces.
Yeah, and also we can't fault Dubov because he has been winning all his games recently. Yeah, probably like 4 consecutive wins. With the black pieces, with the draw, he also guarantees that definitely medal or second place most probably is in the pocket. And let's hope, maybe he hopes that Magnus stumbles.
Yep. All right. We will jump over to the women's section where the final round is being played. The decision for gold between Gunina and Kostenjuk, of course. We'll keep an eye on the Magnus game too. There we see Valentina Gunina. If she wins this game, she wins the gold medal. If she draws or loses, Kostenjuk can still catch her or even overtake her. What is this? Sam Grunfeld? Pawn on h6.
Yeah, I see a pawn on h6. This is a lovely position for white. It's a game for only 2 results. And in fact, white has everything under control. The b7 pawn is hanging. Rook hc1 is coming as well.
Gunina now playing a positional masterpiece in the last round.
Just when it was needed. f5.
Knight plays f5, but now the knight gets jumps. Knight c5, knight e6, or knight g5. I don't know.
Yeah, and the b7 pawn will still be hanging. Clock situation, also good. Yeah, Gunina controls the clock beautifully. She knows her openings very well. She knows the middle game ideas. And she's playing super fast.
Goes knight c5. I guess b6, then knight to e6. Or maybe a6, but e6 looks normal. Yeah, there it comes. If rook f6, even d5 is there. So rook fc8, but no rook hc1. It's just very unpleasant.
Yes, and always after king f7, there will be the very annoying knight g5 check.
Yep.
Hitting at the pawn. But also your move d4, d5.
f3, e4 looks normal, yeah.
Yes, f3, e4, d5, and keep on marching. Black is completely paralyzed.
The black pieces aren't doing anything. They're just hitting thin air. This pawn on h6 is extremely unpleasant to deal with. So far, things look great for Gunina. King f7, she goes d5.
And the good thing is she does not have to worry about any counterplay from her opponent. It's a total domination. Look at that bishop on c7 and the knight on e6, beautifully protected. All pieces in perfect position.
Yeah, go e5, and then even a king march to f5 is possible, but king g6 stops that at the very least. The d pawn could get some ideas. d6, d7, d8.
Well, rook c2, okay. That's a funny move.
Hesitating a little, but she can afford it. Improving even further. Rook e8, rook f1. The MVL knight on a5 is not helping black's cause here.
Wow, and white is going for checkmate. Rook takes g5, followed by rook f2 or rook h2.
Not a bad plan.
Not at all.
Doesn't need
Why to push?
d4.
Yeah, exactly. Why to push the d pawn if we can deliver checkmate?
Gunina, what a game. If this is the game she wraps up the tournament with. Just a masterclass in crushing the Grunfeld. And yeah, Musicuk has to give a piece, but that's not helping greatly either. Takes and even rook f2. And Gunina is the world champion. Amazing game. She's not breaking out into a celebration there. Must just be tired. And we'll take a moment to kick in. But congratulations to Valentina Gunina, leading throughout the event. Amazing performance. Amazing final game. You can celebrate now, Valentina.
She's just too happy and probably too tired. What a performance, what a dominating performance, crushing the field yesterday, keeping her advantage, keeping her lead all the way throughout the event.
Yeah. Maybe she can use Magnus's suite for 15 minutes. Lie down on the sofa. Although I didn't see a sofa there. Sit at the table. Chill a bit. All right, back to the open section. Magnus Carlsen drew against Volodar Murzin. Everything got exchanged. Dubov drew quickly against Jobava. So Artemyev's turn. If he wins, he can catch Dubov in second place. And it looks like he's winning.
Yeah, he's coming with h5, h4 already on the board, going after white's king. Let's probably just zoom in because we are behind. We are way behind. G4 and setting up rook h3 checkmate. Be careful.
Yeah, no mate yet. Currently moves are being repeated. Has Caruana escaped? Yeah, draw agreed.
Wow, what an escape by Caruana.
Caruana's pointing out some ideas there. But the game ends peacefully. So Artemiev stays in third place. What else do we have? Injic fighting against Maxim. Exchange down. Could be a draw, but tricky Maxim will find a way.
This is the position. Yeah, this is very annoying. But okay, knight on d3, pawn on f4. It's kind of stability, but Maxim immediately hits that knight. Rook a4 check. How do you protect the f4 pawn? Very tough defense. And
just hanging in there.
Yeah, but the danger is that if the rooks are traded, it should be a loss. And rook g3 check is coming.
Oh, some checkmates. Yeah, Maxim is too nasty with the attack here. And yeah, rook g3 checkmate coming. Game over. Maxim wins. That means he's now tied with Artemiev. We'll look at the standings when it's over. Erigaisi lost to Aronian. Nepomniachtchi won against Jan Krzysztof Duda. With the top three boards ending in draws, everybody's trying to catch up now. Caruana wins against Fiddler.
Andre Akin wins against Richie wins as well. Andre Akin beats Rajabov, but those players are too far.
Yep. Nice final position in Drakin Rajabov checkmating there with the queen sacrifice. Now let's have a look at results and see if we got some standings already. We can see the Costeño game is over. How did she finish?
Yeah, it does not really matter, no, because her second position was not in any danger. But we still have, still have live action.
Looks like Costeño won, so yeah, she will take clear second. This is the Gunina game that brought her the gold medal.
And this is the game I was talking about, but probably it's finished. Durangi against Pragnananda. But big congratulations to Alexander Kostenyuk, playing a fantastic event, getting the silver medal absolutely deservedly. And very big congratulations once again to Valentina Gunina. However, do we have some drama here? No, I don't think so.
This game is over. This ended peacefully in a draw. Doesn't look like any top games are still running. Laurent Fressinet losing a pawn endgame to Kartik Venkataraman. And Valentina Gunina is the Women's Blitz World Champion. There we see her. Started destroying everybody on the first day with 8.5 out of 9. Slowed down a little bit, making some draws on the second day. And lost one game, but never gave up the lead. And when it mattered, she came through. Kept her cool against Zhu Wenjun. Won that game and then just crushed Anna Musicchuk in a positional masterclass in the last round. What a deserved title. Very happy for Valentina Gunina. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Amazing performance. Yeah, she did show sign of nerves, which shows that she's a human. Very nice to see that. That game against Zhu Wenjun, what it was. Completely crazy, dramatic action. Finally, she won that game. And after that, there was no way stopping her.
And we see a dominant top three. Kostenyuk, clear second. Shujine, who I think was the only one who beat Gunina in clear third, a point ahead of everybody else. Congratulations to her as well. That concludes the Women's Blitz World Championship 2023. But we still have one round to come in the open section, where Magnus Carlsen is in the lead, but only by half a point, I think, ahead of Daniil Dubov and Vladis. No, Artemiev didn't win, so he's 1 point ahead of Artemiev. Here we see the results. Draws on the top three boards. MVL, Levon, Nepomniachtchi winning, trying to join the race. Let's see if we got standings.
Yeah, very interesting to have the standings. Wow.
Here we are. Carlsen 15.5, Dubov 15, Artemiev 14.5. Everybody separated by half a point from 1 till 5. So that means if Dubov scores half a point more than Magnus, they play tie break. If Magnus scores the same amount of points or more, he's the winner. Artemiev could still catch Magnus if Magnus were to lose the final round game.
Yeah, there is a lot of tension. Yeah, you cannot really have any strategy that let me try to play slow, because if Magnus draws, Dubov wins, then it's a tie. So Magnus will be forced to play for a win. And in that case, if he loses, then even Artemiev can still catch up. Yeah, a lot of dramatic action ahead.
I'm not sure. Magnus could make a quick draw and say, catch me if you can. Worst case scenario, have a tie break. Magnus loves his tie breaks anyway, but it's up to him if he will try to win outright in the last round, or if he will see if Dubov can catch him. We'll go on a brief break and then be back with the final round of the day. Magnus Carlsen trying to win his 17th world champion title. Let's see if he can do it.
This December, they're back for one more round. Chess GPT,
I'm already liking this bot. It's such a big troll.
Dead Lost, Grandpa Gambit,
decides to get a bit crazy because he sacrifices the queen,
Frank and Isla, and everyone's favorite kitty, Mittens.
Well, if I go here, it's a fork. If I go here, it's another fork. So I guess the only safe move is this.
I didn't even see that!
Oh, that is so sick. That's actually sick.
Oh shit, there is 95. Oh my.
Play them again while you can on chess.com.
Echitsale Vuga refers to what kind of chess?
Bughouse chess? I don't know. I have no idea.
Who defeated Viswanathan Anand in just 6 moves?
Lebaneronian? That guy.
What opening did Itzhofu refute in Bog Champs 2?
Or the London. Either the London, the Stonewall, or the Copycat. 3 answers.
Who was the #1 rated woman in 1984?
I don't know it. Pia Cromling. Pia Cromling. Anna Cramling's mom, of course!
Who is the only player to have won a World Cup while not representing an EU federation?
Okay, who is it? And how could I get that wrong? He's a famous legend.
There's a lot Danny doesn't know about chess, but there are some things you do need to know. Danny's new course for Chessable covers everything you need to know in just 2 hours. Check it out for free today. the heart of Central Asia lies the ancient city of Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Landmarked along the Silk Road, the spirit of the past still echoes through its ancient buildings and monuments. But today, modern-day warriors from all corners of the globe descend on this historical place, each vying for 4 of the most coveted titles in chess.
And a handshake. Magnus Carlsen gets the double.
Before the calendars turn, the year closes out with 6 days of intense battles.
He flagged!
Brilliant strategies and unparalleled excitement.
He's blundered! Magnus has made a new queen and now it's a huge turnaround.
Will the experienced prevail? Or will a rising star defy expectations? Let the games begin. This is the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and it starts now.
Welcome back, everybody. Last round in the open section of the World Blitz Championship. Women's section, it's all over. Valentina Gunina is the world champion. But who will join her? Is it gonna be Magnus Carlsen? He's in this sole lead, but he's facing an old rival, Levon Aronia. Magnus with the black pieces. In other news, Daniil Dubov, half point behind, could still very much catch him. Is playing against Dmitry Andreikin. And Vladislav Artemiev, 1 full point behind. Against a certain Fabiano Caruana, not familiar, some young up-and-coming talent. Peter, who do you have?
We have an incredible last round with stellar pairings. Let's take a look. Yeah, Levon Aronian with the white piece against Magnus Carlsen, Daniil Dubov against Dmitry Andreikin, and Vladislav Artemiev up against Fabiano Caruana. Incredible.
So if you were Magnus, what would you do? Would you make a quick draw here and see if Dubov can catch you, at least securing a tiebreak? Or would you say no?
Well, first of all, it is Levon Aronian playing with the white pieces, so it's very much also up to Levon's intentions. What Magnus gonna do? Pretty sure Magnus will stick to some very solid openings and look for Levon's intentions first, and then based on that, he will act.
You don't think they will play knight f3, knight f6, knight d4, knight d5, knight b3, knight b6?
Somehow it looks quite unlikely.
There we see Fabiano surveying the scene. Is that jacket a dress code violation? What happened to the dress code, by the way? I read no sweaters, no t-shirts. These guys, they're following it there. Some nice shirts. On the top board, I've seen a lot of violations.
Yeah, it isn't really clear what this dress code is exactly about. I do remember in Saudi Arabia in 2017 it was obligatory to wear suits. There it was absolutely clear, but ever since it's much more democratic.
I'm not sure. There we see Dubov-Nepomniachtchi. Check the big tattoo on his arm. I used to think there's not a tattooed player in the top 100, but Jan, with a very big one, is certainly in there. Do you have any tattoos, Peter?
No, I'm not the tattoo guy, that's for sure. Yes, yeah, no, it's very hard to imagine.
There we see Vladislav Artemiev on board 3, still with theoretical chances. He has to win his game. Magnus has to lose, and then he has to win a tiebreak, assuming Dubov did not win his game. But the most likely thing is that Magnus Carlsen or Daniil Dubov will win this event.
Yeah, from dress code perspective, I very much appreciate Vladislav Artemiev's appearance. Yeah, always in a suit, a nice shirt. That's the spirit I was enjoying playing in Saudi Arabia. It was lovely to see everyone in this suit, beautiful pictures, everything. I'm a fan. I'm an old-fashioned guy.
We've spotted regular viewers of the show. We know you like your suit and tie.
Yeah, I understand that playing Blitz, it's kind of quite demanding, yeah, because especially when you are down to a few seconds, the suit can disturb you. That's the reason why also the players clearly prefer a more casual appearance.
Yeah, even a long-sleeved shirt. I mean, it's not a big big obstacle, but it's more comfortable wearing a t-shirt. But what can you do? There's Levon Aronian. I don't think he owns any t-shirts. He has a closet full of shirts in all the colors. And Fabi sitting down. Where's Magnus?
I'm pretty sure that Fabi is very happy that he's already now there. He's probably regretting the chance of taking on Magnus. There are not enough runs after all. 21 runs are not enough. We would love to see some more action.
Yeah, I'm sure he's super upset. He doesn't get to play Magnus in the final round. But Artemiev with black, quite a challenge as well, at the very least. Come on, Magnus, don't make us wait now. He's playing his little world champion game, saying, you guys start when I'm there.
But Levon is not the type of guy who can be tricked with all these mind games. Yeah, I think...
You can't ironic him. He invented mind games.
Exactly. And we see Richard Laporte facing Alexander Ingic.
Richie looking stylish as well, but he's out of contention. Ingic had an amazing event, but also no chance for first. Jan-Nepomniachtchi, black and yellow, but also no chance.
Yeah, up against Daneshvar Bardia, who has, I just checked out in the break, scored 6.5 points out of his last 7 games against incredible opposition. So a tough challenge there on Jan.
I believe in Jan, but even if he wins, he would only have 14.5. Magnus already has 15.5. So he could finish on a top spot, but probably no higher than 4th or 5th.
And there is Magnus.
Facing Aravind, and Magnus showing up?
Yeah, Magnus is there. Talking to the arbiter. Is he catching up with the tiebreak regulation? What exactly could he be talking about?
We should mention that there is a tiebreak if there's a tie for first between the 2 players with the highest Buchholz or the highest other tiebreak score. But in practice, we can only get a Carlsen-Dubov tiebreak, I would say. Lord would have to have Carlsen-Artemiev tiebreak. Magnus would have to lose. Artemiev wins.
Yes, but mathematically it's still possible. And actually, this case, we should reveal that everybody will get a chance to play for the title if there is a 3-way tie.
Here we go. No small talk. Just focus.
Yeah, Magnus removing the badge. Yeah, that badge could be very disturbing. You have to put it aside.
He's Magnus Carlsen. I think we should let him in.
Yeah, but it seems like the rules are rules.
Yeah, I heard Artemiev wasn't allowed in before his game against Dubov without the badge, so he was late. But here we are. Magnus playing for his 17th world champion title. If we combine Rapid, Blitz, and Classical. He's won the Blitz, I think, 6 times already. This is going to be number 7. Lucky number 7.
And it could be another double by Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, this is his trademark. That if he wins the Rapid, he's kind of a very big favorite to win the Blitz as well.
Yeah, money's already in the bank. Then he has a free roll in the Blitz. He's so good. Although he got a run for his money this time. Artemiev played an amazing event. Dubov kept the pace. It's not like he destroyed the field, but usually finds a way to come through. Then again, he's got to survive this black game against Levon. Let's see what Levon does. Recently more of a 1e4 player. I know it feels for you. For me, it still feels strange to see Levon play e4 and some random Sicilian. To my mind, he's still a d4 player, but he found 1e4 at a late age, and he seems to be happy with it.
Yeah, I perfectly understand what you mean. I also feel like if Levon would be playing 1e4, why would I be afraid of him? Yeah, but d4, Levon was the one who was causing me the most headache throughout my career.
Yes. But of course, things weren't easy. In 1d4, you have all these annoying openings now. the Wesley Tarash, the the Ragozin, you name them.
Exactly. Yeah,
dominant d4 force.
Yeah, things have changed. Yeah, so many very reliable and good openings for black. In my times, I was playing the Queen Sind and I was suffering. It wasn't really, the Meran was too complex, too complicated. But okay, let's forget about openings. Let's focus on the gentlemen. They're Levon Aronyan and Magnus Carlsen.
I'm still predicting a quick draw, but I'm very happy to be proven wrong. Let's go, boys. I hope there's no official giving a speech comparing, I don't know, decision-making in business to chess. That's not what the players want to hear right now. They want to play.
Yeah, this is quite annoying, actually. And look at this. Yeah, Jan already appears near to Levon.
Yeah, I'm ready to protest again. Magnus
smiling.
looks annoyed.
Yeah, it just kills your rhythm. Yeah, you want to focus when you come to the board, you sit down, you want to be in full concentration mode, ready to go. And then this break destructs this rhythm completely.
Yeah, Magnus looks very annoyed.
Yeah, what is going on? We have no idea.
No. So prize giving for the women's section. Magnus laughing.
Now finally, Magnus laughing.
Levon gets up.
Yeah, I think it's even correct to get up. Yeah, just to
move. Yeah, don't sit there like a victim.
Yeah, just get rid of the tension. Yeah, it's very annoying.
They say they'll start in 2 minutes. Levon's touching
look
everybody.
at this. Yes, fantastic picture. What a camera angle.
He's saying, boys, any advice against Magnus? E4, D4, C4, Fabi. Maxim says E4. I beat him in the Sveshnikov. You can do it too.
Yeah, Daniel Dubov joining in.
He's trying to join, but he's like me at a party. Like there's a group chatting and you're walking by, see if anybody wants to talk to you. Okay, let's try the next group.
Yeah, apparently he finds someone, but we don't see exactly who that is.
Maybe he's just pretending. He's talking to the camera. Oh no, it is Dubov-Nepomniachtchi. Still discussing their game.
Yeah, it's very upsetting, very annoying.
And it's the last round of a freaking World Championship. Just start the game sometime. It's really not the time to give some speeches or whatever was happening. But it looks like we're almost good to go.
Yeah, Artemiev was the only one who remained seated. The arbiter comes and explains something to Magnus and also Levon.
Saying, Magnus, if you win, you're world champion. No pressure. If you make draw, Dubov can catch you.
Yeah, nothing seems to be clarified.
Okay, what does he need to know? And here we go. Finally lift off. Carlsen with black. Aronyan goes for 1 e4. And no messing around. e5. Carlsen wants to be solid. He will play his marshal.
Yes. Okay, nice. But Levon is also the biggest specialist. Wow, and he goes for knight cc, the move that Magnus played against Vincent.
Yeah, last chance to vote if it's going to be Dubov or Magnus. I have a feeling I know where the votes will land. Knight c3. The problem is after bishop e7, you're not threatening anything. If bishop c6, dc, knight e5, knight e4 is fine. So black can just go bishop e7 and you castle anyway. Now, Magnus has the same position he played against Vincent. b5, d6 is good. And after a3, there's bishop g4. So Levon plays a4. And Carlsen is thinking a little bit for the first time. But he does his favorite move, rook b8.
Yeah, keeping the structure.
Wants to be solid. For him, that doesn't mean a lot of theory, but just his sound structure, he understands that. He's very, very hard to beat. Let's see if Levon has any tricks. Is there some direct knight d5 here? I'm sure I looked at this, but as usual, I can't recall.
Yeah, on the board.
D5 played. Now, you have to make a decision. You could castle. Losing that bishop on e7 is not the end of the world. Yeah, plate.
Yeah, it's a solid position.
D3, of course.
Yeah, we are kind of expecting d3, but on the other hand, this move order, maybe Levon is trying to get a quick d4 in, but I don't really see how that could really work.
I mean, he's keeping his options open, goes rook to e1. Wants to see what Magnus does. Now Magnus has to think. Bishop e6, bishop g4, probably not bishop g4. His
yeah,
favorite plan,
takes, knight b4.
Yeah, also typical idea. But at least Magnus will stop from his favorite plan, h6, rook e8, bishop f8. Didn't have time to do this here. Now there's also e takes d5, sometimes interesting. Computer never cares, e takes d, knight d4, but these positions, for human eyes, they're a little scary.
Do they scare you? They never scared me.
They always scared me, but they don't scare Magnus or Levon. So bishop takes, and knight b4, c5 is typical. d3.
Yeah, now we are in familiar territory.
We know from the from the good other move orders. There's this trick, some move, and if c3, there's knight takes d3, queen takes d3, c4, typical idea. So bishop d2, knight c6 back. I'm not sure if queen c7 was the move I wanted here.
Yeah, bishop d2 is a nice little touch. Yeah, hitting the knight immediately. If the knight goes back to c6, black loses the dynamic possibilities.
And also important to note, Magnus is not in love with the structure of bishop e6, bishop takes e6, f takes e6. Whenever he can, he goes rook e8, h6, bishop f8, then recaptures on e6 with the rook. But he might not have time here. He might have to do it. He doesn't like it.
Yeah, of course. Rook e8, h6, bishop e6. That's the trademark of Magnus.
Yes. Now he goes bishop d7, keeps the pieces. We can already conclude I was wrong. No quick draw. Levon fails. I'm a world-class player. I have the white pieces. I will play chess.
This is what we love to see and what we actually also expected from Levon. It's not like he can guarantee any place. He's in the middle of the jungle. He wants to fight. And c3, c4. Okay, things are heating up.
In the meantime, Dubov is in trouble against Andrekin. That's good news for Magnus. I will stay with this one for now. How's Artemiev doing? Artemiev roughly equal against Fabi.
Yeah, takes. Do we gonna see b5, b4? No, Magnus goes knight a5, knight c4. That's a classy move.
b3, don't allow there.
Okay, but then bishop e6.
c4.
Oh, wow, such trick. But do I have... No, knight takes bc does not work because of the pin. Okay. Interesting.
It's close, actually. Knight b3.
Yes.
Queen b3.
Yeah, knight bc, queen bc, bc, queen c2. Yeah, and it's a pin, yeah. That's a problem. Bishop g5. Okay, it's somewhat surprising, but understandable. Okay, but trying to use this moment, yeah, that the knight on a5 is hanging.
But Levon has seen enough. Here's a draw, just as I praised him. He's saying, no, I don't like this anymore. Time to offer a draw. And Magnus, happy to accept. Maybe he's seen that Dubov is in trouble.
No, Dubov already drew. So Magnus Carlsen is... Magnus Carlsen is the world champion, exactly. Big congratulations. Wow.
Magnus once again finds a way to come through. Amazing how he keeps doing it. 17th title. No big celebration. He celebrated a bit after the rapid, but I guess he's just exhausted as well.
He's very exhausted. Takes a look at Artem
doing.
Exactly, yeah. This is what we also want to zoom in. Artem against Fabiano Caruana. Already we do know that Magnus has won the Blitz event and won another world champion title, but let's continue the action.
Artemiev still fighting for second place here. If he wins, he catches Daniil Dubov in the second place. But the world champion is Magnus Carlsen. Daniil Dubov with a great day today. Missing this half point he lost when that game against Jan-Nepomniachtchi was rated 0-0. But only half a point behind Magnus.
Yes. On the other hand, I felt like it motivated him very much today. So he was very determined. So it might have half a point has been taken off from him, but he was fighting for so many other points that one cannot really count like this. Yeah, that finally this half point is missing.
Yeah, of course not. No. Also, you get different opponents, blah blah blah. But yeah, great tournament by Dubov. Let's see, Vladislav Artemiev. He's offering a move repetition against Fabi.
Yeah, but okay, good that he can still return. I was wondering what is this queen e5, but yeah, white needed to return. The knight was hanging and the queen was kind of trapped on e5.
Oh, now he can exchange his bishop. This bishop was annoying, so he's probably happy. But Fabi has a new plan already, putting his knight on e4.
Yeah, back and forth, but the clock situation. Look at this. Yeah. Oi, 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 oi. Vladislav, what a time management. Down to 5 seconds in such a complex middle game position.
What is the clock?
Well, he's down to 5 seconds.
Caruana has 44 seconds still.
Okay, rook a3, rook b3, rook b5, but where is that rook going? Black can just put that pawn on b6.
Artemiev giving him some angry looks. What's going on there? Where's Nepomniachtchi, the other guy who's missing half a point? He is playing an equal endgame against Bardia Daneshvar. He might stop Bardia's run, but he's not going to win the game.
Wow, h5, h4, total lockdown. It does not seem like there is any break in the position.
Fabi will find one. Queen d7, b5, b4, push.
Yeah, but that weakens the position. I don't think that is desirable.
No, he goes queen d5. But he says that b5 break. Yeah, here it comes.
Okay, but white can get ready. Rook a2, rook e1, rook fa1. Break if you want. And Fabi does it.
Yep.
Let's zoom in because we are again behind on our live board.
Bunch of exchanges. Should be a draw, but Artemiev has to defend. Fabi still has the a4, a5, a4 idea. But how do you get it? King has to go to b5.
This is still scary.
But he's bringing
the king goes to b5. The rook comes to the e file. Yeah, this is what Fabi slowly sets up, I believe.
Yep, here comes the rook.
Rook e8.
Rook can chill on e4. But if you exchange rooks, it's maybe a draw, yeah? Even after rook e1, rook e4 takes. Oh no, then king can come to g4 as well. No, it's dangerous.
Yeah, it is dangerous. The position is very dangerous.
Now the black king is on his way. He has to go rook a1 to stop king a4, king b3. But there's also a4, a3 opening further.
Yeah, now your main idea is coming. Now black goes back with the rook. Yeah, prepares a3 break. Very annoying defense for Artemiev.
But he's hanging in there. Fabi decides to wait.
But this is the problem. Yeah, black can always
a3 and
try
king
something.
A4, yeah, that's what he wants.
Yes,
Now,
and then rook b3.
The white is still hanging tight. Back to e4. Yep.
Rook e3. Black collects the pawn. Rook e1 back. Yes, I think rook a1 checkmate. Be careful.
He's trying to decide between king a2 and king a4. He goes king a2. Bishop a3, bishop b2. No, going back.
Bishop d2.
There comes the bishop. But there's no further progress. Yeah, Artemiev defended very nicely.
Yes, now bishop e3 is actually threefold repetition, but how do you claim with a few seconds on the clock? I'm assuming it's threefold repetition. I might be wrong.
I don't know. But Fabio also trapped his own king. Yeah, the king can never go back to a3 because it's checkmate. No way through. Oh, and he's taking some risks, allowing rook e5.
Wow. What is Fabi doing? He
wants to win.
Okay, now he can repeat.
He should probably have. Not rook takes d5 and the d-pawn is the fastest runner on the board. Yep, yeah, he's repeating. And handshake.
Oh, and a big smile there from both players.
Good fight. Okay, let's have a look at the results of the final round in the open section. Magnus Carlsen drawing his game. And since Daniel Dubov draws as well, that means Magnus Carlsen is once again the world champion. Fabiano Caruana, we saw, just enter the draw as well. Maxime, peaceful outcome against Aravind. Bardia against Nepomniachtchi, I believe, was drawn as well. Maybe they're still playing.
It's still in progress.
Yeah, so we can switch there. Later, Richie drew. I don't know if we have updated standings just yet. No, we can check out Bardia and his impressive hair trying to survive here against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Well, rook takes f3 or okay, takes and rook e3.
And no pieces left to checkmate. Draw agreed. Let's have a look at the standings. Magnus Carlsen, 16 points out of 21. Half a point ahead of Daniel Dubov, of course. As mentioned, Dubov got half a point deducted, but you can't reclaim that now with the way things went. Still, amazing result for Daniel Dubov after his World Rapid Championship 2018, now Vice World Champion in Blitz as well. Who was third? It all went so quickly. Artemiy was third?
Artemiev, yes. It was very important that he held that game. Maybe it was not that important, in fact, because nobody was winning on the top, but still, like this, it's guaranteed and very well deserved bronze medal for Vladislav Artemiev.
Absolutely. Played at the very top boards all the way. MVL, former Blitz World Champion as well, in fourth spot. Always a force to be reckoned with. Jan Nepomniachtchi, also good event. Both Dubov and Nepomniachtchi bounced back nicely from yesterday's non-game. Arjun Erigaisi. A lot of strong names. Denis Lazovic showing he's for real after his online results. Here also in the top 10 in the over-the-board blitz. Richie's there, Fabi's there. Where's Vincent? Did he make the top 20? No, not quite.
Yeah, we don't know what was the last round result, but yeah, Magnus Carlsen with an incredible performance. And what stood out for me, a part of his overall great performance, that he started the day with this horrible loss to Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and he did not let influence this. He started winning games, he got very angry, very upset, very focused, very determined, and went on to win a very impressive Blitz championship after he has already won the world title as well in the Rapid.
Yeah, for the German fans, Vincent Keimer won his last round game. I think he won his last 5 games, but still wasn't enough to make the top 20. He was so far gone. Still, Vincent showing he can still play chess, which is very nice. Also for the Dutch fans, Anish Giri did not manage to win this event, so he's officially out of candidates contention, which is a pity, but congratulations to Gukesh, who secured his spot today.
Through the FIDE circuit. Also, then we have to mention Arjun Erigaisi, who did not manage to qualify also to the candidates, but played 2 very good events. In fact, from all the candidate challengers, he was the one who played the best, who was in fight for the FIDE circuit points.
Yeah, that brings us to the end of today's show. Congratulations to Valentina Gunina winning the women's section, and to Magnus Carlsen once again with the double crown. Thank you so much for watching. Happy New Year. Peter, been a pleasure to see you again. Happy New Year to you as well. See you next year.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jan. Thanks for everyone. Big congratulations for Magnus Carlsen once again for the double, and for Valentina Gunina winning that incredible Blitz title with fantastic performance.
Amazing action. I love these events. World Rap and Blitz, always so fun to watch. Hope you guys enjoyed it too. Bye bye.